Test. Test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2. Should be good.
Okay, so we are just going to do a little audio check here before we go live from Red Shores at the broadcast centers tonight from HBI. You're with Lee Drake along with Ken Workington and Kurt Hughes from the desk. And gentlemen, welcome back to Old Home Week. And as we had a test ready to go for our broadcast tonight.
Yeah, it's great, Lee, kicking off Old Home Week with the man to my right here, the voice of the Meadowlands. It's great to have Ken Workington back with us. Ken, welcome back to Red Shores.
It's great to be here. As always, a little bit longer of a trip this time around. Flights were on time. How about that? First time I've seen you in 4 years, of course, before COVID and so on. And I'm reunited with my good friends here in a great place, Prince Edward Island.
So we're looking forward to kicking off the show tonight. We'll have much more with Ken and with Kurt. And, of course, Vance Cameron's in the booth calling all the action tonight. So a little audio check there for you, and we'll be back live in 4 minutes.
they come. Post time.
Steve, good, now, shut the camera up!
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Well, it seems like it comes faster and faster each and every year, but it's back again for 2023. It is Old Home Week, and there it is, Redshores Racetrack and Casino overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park, Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. You're with Lee Drake along with Kurt Hughes, and we want to welcome back the voice of the Meadowlands and Hall of Famer, Ken Workington. Ken, nice to have you back here on Prince Edward Island, and welcome to Race Day.
It's terrific to be here. It is something I look forward to as soon as the calendar flips to January every year. And I've got to admit to you and confess to you, Lee, that as soon as that happens, I make the plane reservation, whether Lee Drake says yes or no. And here we are. And it's terrific to be back with my friends. I haven't seen Kurt here for 4 years before COVID, so it's tremendous to work with him again, and of course the remainder of the crew. It's really, really just, and you've got a great 3 trials for the Gold Cup and Saucer coming up this weekend.
And, you know, Kurt, we were talking about Ken and his arrival, and, of course, the Hall of Fame, which is really something else. We were watching about it. It happened on July 2nd on that weekend. And what an honor to have Ken here with us, and what an honor it is to be in the Hall of Fame.
It sure is. Hall of Famer here to my right. And I was following along on social media, watching all the accolades for you there with the Hall of Fame, and you had your family there. It must have been quite an experience at the dinner.
Yeah, it was terrific. I had to limit the speech. You know, I couldn't make it too long, but I tried to thank as many people as I could, because that's really what it's all about. It's the hard work that you put in, the years of dedication and passion for the business. But as Wally Hennessy said to me once, he looked me in the eye and he says, it's all about the horse, Ken, and it's all about the kind people and the great talented people I've had a chance to work with, including yourself.
Thank you very much. But quite an honor to be beside you here, Hall of Famer, newest Hall of Famer. It's just incredible to have you here again this week.
All right, well, it's a Thursday night. You're with Lee Drake, Kurt Hughes, Ken Workington. Vance Cameron is in the booth tonight calling all the action. Mixture of sun and cloud out there right now, 18 degrees around that temperature, but we'll get the complete temperature, track rating, all the equipment, and program changes. Let's send it upstairs. Here is Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Lee, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 26 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 19 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race, number 2, Crimson and Clover, going from blind to open bridle, adding a tail tie. Next change, go to race number 3. In the third race, number 1, Magian Thunder, going from an open to a blind bridle. Turning over to race number 4, it's the Canadian Union of Public Employees Pace. There will be a presentation. Turning over to race number 5, the first Super High 5 on the card. Number 6, Mrs. Dragonfire, from a burr head pole to a line pole on the inside. Next change, go to race number 8. In the 8th race, number 5, Malice Intent, is adding a tail tie. Scratch number 8, Campco Willow. She will not go. Race 8, scratch the 7 entry, Campco Willow. Number 4, Speaking of Shadow, has a chart line not showing. It's a qualifying line as a free-legged pacer at Truro on the 7th of August. Fast track. She was the lone qualifier, so she scored on the rail on top all the way, winning in 2:01 and 2. Darren Crow drove. Turning over to race number 9. In the 9th race, add the 20-cent pick 4. There is a 20-cent pick 4 offered for wagering on the 9th. Going over to race number 10. Number 6 along for the ride, removing the half hobbles. Along for the ride, removing the half hobbles. Also in race number 10, disregard the daily double. It's not the front half of the late daily double. No daily double wagering on the 10th. Turn over to race number 11. There will be the front half of the late daily double. Daily double wagering offered in the 11th. There's no super high 5 in race number 11. There is a 20-cent superfecta. Eliminate the super high 5 and add the 20-cent superfecta. And turning on to race number 12, tonight's finale. Eliminate the 20-cent superfecta. No superfecta wagering. Add the 20-cent super high 5. There is a 20-cent super high 5 wager offered on race number 12. So that's going to wrap up the changes at this time. First race post set for 7 o'clock. That'll give you 23 minutes to make your first race decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
So we are back at race day, and this Thursday night edition with the new post times all week, 7 o'clock. There is a doubleheader on the final day, which is Gold Cup Day, of course, 1 and 7. So we're ready to go. Now the Super Card on Saturday, yeah, that's brand new this year. So Super Saturday is coming in. Post time is at 4 o'clock. So we're looking forward to giving you some more highlights on that. Mixture of sun and cloud out there. Folks are continuing to roll in. 19 degrees. Winds from the northwest, keeping things a little bit cool. I know Ken likes this cool weather. 25 degrees, gusts to 36, and maybe a chance of a shower a little later on. But guys, all the talk this week was the press conference that was held on Tuesday right next to us in the grandstand here. A sold-out event. It was fantastic to see so many people here. And, of course, we broadcast it out, and all the talk was the 19 entries where we get 3 trials.
Yeah, absolutely. And the first one I'm looking at, well, first of all, it's a good mix of horses that have shipped in, and they mean business. They're here to win. They've got classy horses like Covered Bridge, and then you've got a good mix of local horses that owners here have spent some good money to get these horses because they want to win this race. You got Roll'em, the Governor's Plate winner, who set the Summerside track record of 151-1. Fun at the Beach, who won the Battle of Lake Erie a couple of years ago in an upset. Covered Bridge, 11 for 23 this season, and equaled the all-age track record at Yonkers of 149-4, and he won the Camluck at Western Fair. He goes up against B2B, who was a purchase, American History, the richest horse in the trials at $1.66 million, and 40 career wins. Classy horses.
Absolutely, and the fastest horse in the field, too, American History, with that 147 record that he has. But the biggest thing I took from the 3 trials is the talent is spread out evenly amongst the 3 trials. I think they are very well balanced. I think there's talent in each division, and I think it is going to be a horse race in each one. I like Roll'em on the rail. It'd be interesting to see what Campbell does from the rail in that first trial with Fun at the Beach, as you mentioned. What a classy animal he is out of the Jeff Gillis stable. And Covered Bridge, he seems to be a half-mile expert. And then over on the Monday night trial, I like PL Aussie from Post 7. My brother's got the call on him in that trial, but from outside Post 7, they're going to have a tough outing in that trial. But all 3 trials are very evenly matched.
You know what I liked about the draw, guys, on Tuesday, Roll'em off the rail in trial number 1, as you said. Twinbee Tough Enough, another local great investment here, who put in a big mile on Monday night. Rockabilly Rebel N also made it here, and I would think that the farthest entry that had to travel across the country to get here was bonus round, came all the way from Alberta. So it's nice to see all the horses here, all the connections that are here, some of them flying in, some of them have been here now already for a week or so, and others are making their plans to get here. So we're looking forward. Trial 1 and Trial 2 on that part of that Super Day package, that Super Card package on Saturday at 4. Trial number 3 Monday night at 7 o'clock. So we're looking forward to it. And then, of course, the draw for the Gold Cup Ambassadors is coming up on Tuesday. So the stage is set, and it's going to be an exciting time. Race Day Live continues here from Charlottetown. Race number 1 is coming up. The Isle Pick 5 will kick it off here tonight with the 1,500 guarantee pool in that low 15% takeout. So there's a great shot of the paddock cam tonight, brought to you by Red Shores, and horses and drivers and their grooms, caretakers, all in place there for the first race tonight. Daily double on races 1 and 2, Exacta, 20-cent Superfecta, Tractor, and that I'll Pick 5. There's a look at the selections on your screen right now as we wait for paddock judge John Power to get the signal to send them out here. Kurt Hughes leaning on the 3, along with Post Time Picks and Classifier's Choice, all leaning towards Checkered's Pride here. And Anna Murner from the Melissa Rennie trained stable. So they're riding with the 4-year-old mare to try to get things rolling here in their sequence of the I'll Pick 5, while Ken Morkington is leaning on the 7. She's Rockin' Fame, comes in off back-to-back scores there for back in July and August as well, leads from post 7. So there's a look at the selections for you. Kurt Hughes working a 3-4-1 angle. Ken Morkington with a 7-3-1. Post Time Picks 3-4-1, and Classifier's Choice at 3-1 and 2. Horses are on the move. We'll greet them next.
Tonight's first race entering the track for the post parade. Number 1 is Elm Grove Misty, owned by Charlene Cypher of Springvale, trained and driven by Dave Kelly. 2 Crimson and Clover, owned by Morris Cody of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. 3 Checkers Pride, owned by Marcia Knox and Kyla McDonald of Stanhope, trained by Melissa Rennie and driven by Adam Murner. I Can Do It, number 4, owned by Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown, trained by Keith Ford, Mark Campbell up. 5 is Elm Grove Nancy. Kenny Murphy drives for owner-trainer Robert Phillips of Lou's Route 204. Number 6, Run for the Money, owned by Full House Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Corey McPherson driving. She's Rockin' Fame, number 7, owned by Michael Arnold of Olds, Alberta, and Amy Lockie from Montague, trained by Mike Dowling and driven by David Dowling. Number 8, J.J. Kinley, Vaughn Doyle, training and driving for owner Darla J. Charlottetown. 4 minutes wagering time in tonight's first race, and this is Race Day Live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Lee Drake, Kurt Hughes, and Ken Workington are next with their top contenders as we kick off Old Home Week racing, leading up to the 64th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. It's the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. They go for $100,000. Escape the news in Cup and Saucer 54. Blissful Breeze, Cup and Saucer 52. Anthony McDonald, your dream comes true. Sintra has won the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Okay, we are 3 away from race 1 here on this Thursday night. We're kicking off the I'll Pick 5 here in race number 1 with a low 15% takeout in that guaranteed pool of $1,500. And here we are on Ken's top selection here in race number 1. That is the 7, She's a Rockin' Fame, in for a price again this week. David Dowling, the driver. His brother Mike is the trainer, and Mike Arnold and Amy Lackey are the owners of this 4-year-old mare by He's Watching, and she's been game, to say the least, since coming to Charlottetown.
Yeah, trying to beat the favorite here, and I'm a little surprised the 4 is the favorite here, but She's a Rockin' Fame at 5-2. No doubt sparked something when she arrived here and has promptly gone 2 for 2 in Charlottetown, both wire to wire for our raging barn here. Michael Dowling doing well, .565. Looking for a blast off from the outside draw here for a mare that is brimming with confidence right now.
Yeah, she's been on the front end the last 2 weeks. We'll see how she does from post 7 at 3-1. And now we move in a few spots to the 3. I like the 3 here tonight. Checkers Pride also in for a price. Adam Murner doing the driving for trainer Melissa Rennie. And this mare, she does not have a lot of gate speed, Ken, but she can really close home.
Yeah, Peter McPhee's program pick in here. 1 for 14 on the season. Definitely knocking on the door recently. She was forced wide in her last 2. Some tough trips there. Right there in the photo, 2 and 3 starts back. Draws well. High percentage connections here. Adam Murner, Melissa Rennie.
And now with just a minute to go, we're moving into Ken's third choice. On the rail is the 1 Elm Grove Misty, owned by Charlene Cipher of Springvale. Dave Kelly, the trainer and driver. What stands out to me, Ken, with this mare is the Ofer in the last 2 years. 0 for 53 over the last 2 seasons, but good on the board percentages.
Yeah, and Dave Kelly looking to get off the schneid as well. Has cranked it up in her last 2, however. Fresh off a solid second, she moves inside here, draws better, sets up a stalking trip close to the action, and goes back to Dave Kelly tonight, 5-1, and we're not on the favorite here. What's up?
Yeah, Elm Grove Misty right now on the rail, and you know, Ken, this one can get off the gate and get spotted up close to the lead, and with that closing quarter from last week, 27-4, I think she's going to hit the ticket as well. I like her for third. I went 3-4-1 here in race 1. Good luck with your selections here in the first.
Well, you're getting a look at 2-1 odds right now on I Can Do It. Mark Campbell doing the driving tonight for Douglas and David Neal. Keith Ford Barn. Coming into play here, HPI customers in Canada earn 3% cash back if you bet a minimum of $25 each day during Old Home Week. Keep that in mind. It kicks off tonight. HPI PEI customers, they're wagering a minimum of $50 in Charlottetown during Old Home Week, and you'll be entered into the draw for the $500 account deposit, the rebate that says in play. So you must opt in to play. It's at hpibet.com. Countdown clock is in. And the horses are on gate. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the opener on a Thursday night at Charlottetown. Let's send it upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
All lead joining our starter, Jeff McDonald, is Faith Mitchum. Now, Faith visits from Newfoundland. She's in the horse ownership department, and she's going to see just how Mr. McDonald handles the starters for race number 1. Elm Grove Misty, Crimson and Clover, Checkers Pride. I Can Do It, Elm Grove Nancy, Run for the Money, She's Rockin' to Fame, J.J. Kinley, Post Time. Rough and pacing Elm Grove Misty along the rail, leaving out To her outside comes I Can Do It second. Third towards the rail, Checkers Pride. Elm Grove Nancy is fourth. Fifth on the turn, Run for the Money, way wide. That She's Rockin' Fame. Then it's Crimson and Clover and the trailer. J.J. Kinley, quarter pole bound, led by Elm Grove Mixty for Crocker Kelly. To her outside, She's Rockin' Fame. Now up to challenge the leader. Third up the rail is I Can Do It, racing from fourth, Checkers Pride. Elm Grove Nancy fifth. Sixth is Run for the Money. Then it's Crimson and Clover seventh, trailing the field. J.J. Kinley on by the opening station. And up front, the leader now, She's Rockin' Fame for David Dowling. Racing from second off the turn, that is Elm Grove Misty. Here comes Checkers Pride underway to pick up third. The quarter was 28-4. Now here's the half mile, led by She's Rockin' Fame. On the outside, second is Checkers Pride. In the pocket, third, it's Elm Grove Misty. Fourth on the outside is I Can Do It. On the cones, fifth is Elm Grove Nancy. Run for the Money on the outside, sixth. Then Crimson and Clover and J.J. Kinley, the half, 57-4. Halfway up the backstretch for the final time. They're going to three quarters. She's Rockin' Fame is the leader. To her outside, that's Checkers Pride. Elm Grove Misty in the pocket, third. Three high, fourth. Run for the Money. Way out there. Crimson and Clover circling up. 1:28-1 was the three quarters. They're well grouped, and they're headed down the home stretch now. She's Rockin' Fame trying to hang on. Elm Grove Misty, I Can Do It. Here's Crimson and Clover on the far outside. On the wire next. Crimson and Clover and I Can Do It. They're in a win picture to open up this Thursday night. 2 minutes, 1/5.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum slow-mo here for race one. That's a tight finish here on the line between Mark Campbell, the 4, I Can Do It, and the 2, Crimson and Clover, who had a bridle change from blind to open. Seemed to really help her as she blasted from off the pace here, but it is tight on the line, Ken.
Yeah, she swarms in, or they swarm in on She's Rockin' Fame, who carved out a 28-4, 57-4, 128-1. Here comes some heavy pressure from Checkers Pride at 9-5. As She's Rockin' Fame went off at 8-5. 4, I Can Do It. Perfect drive by Mark Campbell, second over, way out there. As we say, 4 wide was Crimson and Clover and Kenny Arsenal. A final lunge on the outside. They hit the line together, and the photo sign is still up. Crimson and Clover, that would be a new mark for the Mariner. First win of the season, and I Can Do It would be her second victory of the season. Photo sign up, and now it's the 4, I Can Do It. So the Mark Campbell trip here pays off for Keith Ford.
I Can Do It wins the photo finish here in the first race, and she's at the winner's circle. Bay-pacing Mary by Western Paradise off the Albert Dam. Cross Ridge Income, owned by Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown, bred by Keith Ford and Gordon Neal. Keith Ford is the trainer, and Mark Campbell gives the mare her 5th lifetime victory tonight. The mile 2 minutes and a 1/5. I Can Do It in the opener. Now the official results from the first race. Elm Grove Misty was 8th. Crimson and Clover finished 2nd. Checkers Pride was 7th. I Can Do It, the race winner. Elm Grove Nancy 5th. Run for the Money finished 6th. She's Rock and of Fame was 3rd. J.J. Kinley 4th. Fractions of 28 and 4. 57 and 4. 128 and 1. And a mile 2 minutes. 1/5. In review, it's 827. 156. 34. I Can Do It, paid $12.90. The Exactor, $70.50. Triactor, $165.40. Superfecta is carried over.
HBI customers in Canada can earn 3% cash back if you bet a minimum of $25 on each day during Old Home Week. And HBI PEI customers wagering a minimum of $50 on Charlottetown during Old Home Week will be entered into a draw for a $500 deposit into your account. And you must opt in to play on HBIBet.com.
Yeah, like
Okay, here are the picks for the upcoming second race. I'm going to go 4-2-1. Ken Warkington likes a 3-2-4. Post time picks 3-4-1. Classifier's choice 4-2-3 here in the second. The post parade will be out in just a moment.
Rick McPhee to the broadcast desk, please.
On the second race post parade, number 1 Western Lily, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Axon, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner driving. Century Kiana, number 2, owned by Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown and Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Tom does the training. Brody McPhee drives. Rosie All Over, number 3, owned by Carson Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie. Mark Campbell driving. Salzburg Pixie, number 4, is owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean. Kenny Murphy up. 5, Emma's Delight, owned by Barbie Affleck of Cornwall and John Day of Bradford, Ontario, trained by Dina Clow. Brett Clow drives. Callistico wears number 6, owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington, and Barry McTavish of Belfast, trained and driven by Stephen Murphy. Number 7 is Silent Movie Star, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston and Wayne Watson of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Wayne Watson. Dale Spence drives. 5 minutes wagering time in the second race. The top driver of Old Home Week is in honor of Francis McIsaac, and the point system kicks off tonight.
It's So there you have it, guys. There's a look at the Francis McKaiser Memorial Award, top points driver of Old Home Week, kicking off tonight. And, of course, that slate will be filling up as we roll along throughout the week and into next week. And then it's presented, of course, on Gold Cup night. And if memory serves me correctly, it's always one of those titles, Kurt and Ken, that comes right down to the wire.
Yeah, usually every Old Home Week it comes right down to the wire, and usually one name consistently is in that mix, and that's the King of Island Racing here in Charlottetown and Summerside, and that's Mark Campbell. He seems to be right there every single year, but you're right, Lee. It usually comes right down to the wire there on Gold Cup night. And speaking of Mr. Mark Campbell, there he is right there aboard the 3 entry in here. This is Rosie All Over, owned by Carson Wilkie of Stratford. Kenny Wilkie is the trainer. Adam Murner had been doing the driving. Miles Heffernan last week, Ken, but you like this 2-year-old filly by Hilarious Halo to get it done.
Yeah, I went back 3 back there when she went all the way in her career debut at Summerside. A noteworthy 201 and 4. That was an 8-1 upset back on July 12th. She drops out of the Atlantic Sire Stakes A division and draws better and gets Mark Campbell. Maybe a double sweep here. Right now, the 8-5 favorite.
Rosie All Over, undefeated on PEI, so we'll see how she does from post 3. But we move in one notch to the 2 entry, and that is a 2-year-old filly by Bettor's Delight named Century Kiana. And Brody McPhee picks up the drive for trainer Tom Weatherby. Tom Weatherby shares ownership along with Redland Farms. And, Ken, that's a really impressive qualifier.
And Kurt, of course, Bettor's Delight, the most prolific sire in all of horse racing. And this is a 5th foal from a pretty productive family. I looked it up, and the second dam is a horse called Natchitoches. That was back in, I think, the 90s. She was a major stakes winner. Kiana here, Century Kiana, won her lone qualifier quite handily for Brody McPhee, a sharp 202 and 4. She can obviously step it up. She draws inside here, and right now she is 4-1.
Okay, just 2 to go here before race number 2. And here's my top choice on the screen right now. That's the 4 Salzbrook Pixie, a 3-year-old filly by He's Watching, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford. Kevin McLean is the trainer. Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. They just missed in their latest.
Yeah, pedigree's there. He's watching out of Some Beach Somewhere mare. Morning line favorite right now is 2-1. 0 for 16, but runner-up in half of her starts this season. A solid second last out. Was race timed in 1:59 and 1. Almost wired them 3 starts back. Draws well. Worth a long look. And perhaps we see some aggressive handling here tonight from Kenny Murphy to take advantage of that inside draw.
Absolutely, and Kenny Murphy just notched his 1,000th career driving victory as well, so he's looking to get it done here with Salzbrook Pixie, who has 3 seconds in her last 4 starts, currently 2-1. And there is a great look at the win photo from the opener. I Can Do It. Wow, that is a tight photo on the line there with I Can Do It poking her nose in front over Crimson and Clover there in race number 1.
like to take the opportunity to welcome Joey Burke and the Fox Group, the New Island Trot Challenge. We'll have more on that coming up a little later on. The series showcase the top trotters in action all summer, leading to a fall finale in Atlantic Breeders' Crown Sunday, October 8th. And conditions, race dates, and more, go to Horseperson's information at Redshores.ca. So broadcasting tonight, our world headquarters, Redshores.ca, FM 98.5, in-house monitor channel 2. Nice to have the Tarmac tunes back again this old home week. Starter Jeff McDonald has them. On gate, in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and upstairs for the race call, here's Vance Cameron.
Western Lily, Century Kiana, Rosie All Over, Salzburg Pixie, Emma's Delight, Callistico, Silent Movie Star outside, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing to a beauty beginning towards the rail. Western Lily up between horses, Rosie All Over. Then the third one is Century Kiana. Way wide is Silent Movie Star moving up fourth. To get away fifth, that is Salzburg Pixie. Then it's Emma's Delight and the trailer, Callistico. On the backstretch they go, and from the outside, Rosie All Over takes over the lead from Mark Campbell. Second is Western Lily, racing from third, Century Kiana. Silent Movie Star now in mid-pack fourth. Racing fifth is Salzburg Pixie. Then Emma's Delight sixth, trailing seventh, Callistico 30. And a 1/5 was the opening quarter. They're in straight alignment by the 3/8. And on the point, Rosie All Over now the fraction center. Western Lily settles up for the two-hole ride. Century Kiana races third. Fourth one to the half-mile, Silent Movie Star. There goes Salzburg Pixie to the outside fifth. Emma's Delight takes out sixth. Trailing the field, Callistico seventh. 1 minute. 3 for a half a mile. Into the paddock turn for the second time they go. The 5/8's up next. The leader, Rosie All Over. Here's Salzburg Pixie up on the outside to challenge and take over the lead. Third up the rail is Western Lily. Fourth and moving on the outside, Century Kiana's underway. Back into fifth is Silent Movie Star. Callistico is sixth. On the outside, seventh, Emma's Delight. 3/4 in the books. 1:30. And 3, Salzburg Pixie on the outside, the leader. In at the rail, Rosie All Over. Century Kiana looming large third. And Western Lily is there. They're homeward bound. Salzburg Pixie takes over late from the outside. Century Kiana comes on. Rosie All Over third. Salzburg Pixie in line to Kenny Murphy will win. Century Kiana second. Rosie All Over third in 2 minutes. 2/5.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universum slow-mo here for race number 2. And as we thought, Rosie All Over and Campbell that would be driven aggressively here, gets to the front but doesn't go all the way, Ken.
No, it's Salzburg Pixie who gets off the schneid here, was 0 for 16 and does it the hard way. First up with Kenny Murphy for Kevin McLean and owner Reg McPherson. Century Kiana to settle for second with that second over journey with Brody McPhee. She'll continue to progress off that needed first start. Rosie All Over carved it out 30-1, a minute 3/5, 1:30-3 was well rated here by Mark Campbell, but can't hold on. Salzburg Pixie takes all in 2 minutes and 2/5 with a final quarter of 29-4.
Salzburg Pixie in the second race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Filly, she's 3, but he's watching. Off the Some Beach Somewhere Dam, Heroin Hanover. Owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford. Bred by the Salzburg Stable Incorporated of Nova Scotia and Louis Willinger from Kentucky. She's trained by Kevin McLean and driven to victory by Kenny Murphy. And she has a maiden record tonight of 2 minutes and 2/5. Salzburg Pixie in the second. Now the official results from the second race. Western Lily fourth, Century Kiana was second. Rosie All Over third. Salzburg Pixie was the winner. Emma's Delight seventh. Callistico finished sixth. Silent Movie Star was fifth. Fractions went 30-1. 1 minute 3. 1:30 and 3. The mile was 2 minutes and 2/5. In review, 4-2-3, 1-7-6-5. Salzburg Pixie fade 320. The exactor 990, triactor 1790, superfecta 683. The early daily double 2290.
You can find our race day broadcasts, race replays, and even additional chart lines by going to our world headquarters at Redshores.ca and clicking on the Racing tab. And you can visit our new player portal at Redshores.ca. And now we're going to bring in the picks for race number 3. We're about 8 minutes away. Ken, who do you like?
Well, I like who everybody else likes here. The 6, and that's Alcina, the 5-2 morning line choice. We're all on a 6, pretty much a 6-4-5 scheme here. And right now that horse is being hammered down, bet off the board.
Yeah, Peter McPhee, the only one going out on his own here with the 3.
But you had the ice cold exact in the previous one, correct?
Yes, I
did.
I
said exact. Sorry, I will.
Exactor.
Eventually I'll say exactor. Why isn't it superfector?
That's right. That's what we were just talking about. But yeah, Peter McPhee going with a 6-4-3 in here. Post-parade coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 6 tonight, we have a late scratch. In tonight's 6th race, scratch number 2, Roses for Jenny. Race 6, scratch number 2, Roses for Jenny, refunds available. Third race trotters around the track. Number 1, Magian Thunder, owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Jim Ripley, Kenny Murphy, catch drives. Rosie's Boy, number 2, owned and trained by Bill Lanigan of Montague, Paul Lanigan driving. 3 is Magian Salsa, owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Jim Ripley. Ocean View Chip 4 is owned by Bill Rollison of Belfast and Joey Alward of St. Louis, trained by Bill Rollison, driven by Adam Murner. 5 is Baskin Robin, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary and driven by Mark Campbell. Alcina, number 6, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes, Gilles Barriol. Street Glider 7, owned by Jackie Heffernan, Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 3. For upcoming events, post times, and more, go to Redshores.ca. Top percentage driver for Old Home Week is presented by Chunkers, Trophies, and Awards.
Well, there you have it, the Chuckers Trophies and Awards, top percentage driver of Old Home Week. The slate is there. It's getting ready to go. It kicks off tonight, and it's another one of those competitions that's really difficult to nail down. I know throughout the week, and especially throughout the night, on Gold Cup night, we're always trying to get a hold of Chucker or Ray or one of them and say, okay, well, we can't call it yet. It's too tight. But it's one of those, another one of those awards, guys, that's really tough to nail down, and it's great to have it back this week. And all the points kick into gear tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. It's another one that just comes down to the wire every time on Gold Cup night. There's usually 3 or 4 that are kind of in the mix because of the top percentage, but it always usually comes down to the last race or the race prior to that. Maybe it's settled, but yeah, it's usually a tight one every single year.
And Kurt, last year, if I'm not mistaken, Corey McPherson was extremely successful during Old Home Week.
Yeah, he sure was. He was your guy last.
He was the man.
I remember.
Yep.
Okay, we're all in agreement here in race number 3. We are on the trot, and this newcomer to the island, this 4-year-old mare by Muscle Mass, Alcina from post 6, Ken Gilberto, the Maritime Magic Man, gets a call here for a high percentage burn in Jeff Holmes.
Yeah, my son of my buddy John Holmes, the hitman. I think he was in on the island last week. If not, I keep texting him, and he doesn't answer the text. I'm wondering if he's still here. But Alcina grinded gamely as a gallant runner-up to a very big favorite last night, and Jessica. That was in the Island Ocean Trot there at Summerside. There's a substantial class drop for this prolific John Holmes barn. And I said John. Yeah, that was a Freudian slip there. Jeff Holmes. And she retains Gilles Barrios in this spot here. Odds on 1 of the 2 is tough to take, though.
Yeah, it really is. If you're looking for value, you may want to go elsewhere, shop elsewhere. But the 6 is going to be really tough to beat off that last line in Summerside in the Island Oceans. And very interesting to see that Jeff Holmes took the trotting hobbles off Alcina for that effort in Summerside. It was a real game, gutsy first overbid. So we'll see how they do here tonight in race 3. Like you say, the chalk at 1-2. Okay, and speaking of trotting hobbles, Ken, the 4 Ocean View chip added the trotting hobbles for the qualifiers there and seemed to really settle down this son of looks like a Chippendale Adam Murner in the seat for trainer Bill Rollison. Yeah, the lightly raised gelding's certainly been better with the equipment change there. Scored his first lifetime win with an aggressive wire-to-wire in 201, and then he bumped into a 157.4 Irish Ray
and he draws better here to possibly take charge and maybe try to steal it at 5-2.
Okay, I think Missionized comes to mind when we talk about this entry in his latest start. This mare, actually, a Baskin Robin 4-year-old mare by Ted the Stud, owned by Michael Clary of Montague. John Clary, the trainer. Mark Campbell got the call last weekend, and I think it was the Mark Campbell factor because this mare went right down the road.
Yeah, she went on a mission, as you would say. Comes off a very nice rebound effort after a late miscue. 2 starts back, added Mark Campbell. Basically bottomed out the field, home in 32 seconds, held off Magian Thunder. So she rates contender status, but I won't put her on top.
So horses getting ready to go to gate here very shortly for the 3rd race in Charlottetown tonight. I want to welcome the Canadian Union of Public Employees. Their race is coming up next. They're here tonight. Nice to have you tuned in and also here on site for your race. Something new, Redshores, Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. This one's for the fans. Up Close with the Stars take place in the last 2 races of the program. So coming up tonight, race 11 and 12. Where the horses and drivers will be in front of the grandstand before being called to the backstretch for the start of the race. The Stars Up Close, presented by Redshores. I'd like to welcome all of our guests in that historic Judges Tower tonight. Get your own tarmac tunes over there. That's quite a perk. So the trotters lining up here for race number 3 tonight in Charlottetown and behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and upstairs for the call. Once again, here's Vance Cameron.
Magian Thunder, Rosie's Boy, Magian Salsa, Ocean View Chip, Baskin Robin, Alcina, Street Glider, top of the stretch. Third race trotters are all lined up and approaching a start. The rough and trotting Alcina comes from the outside between horses Ocean View Chip, splitting them. Baskin Robin into the turn. On the rail, 4th, Magian Thunder. Moving to 5th, that is Street Glider. Then it's Magian Salsa, and trailing the field, Rosie's Boy. Up the backstretch they go, Ocean View Chip. The lead is short-lived. Here's Barrio and Alcina to take over the lead as the heavy favorites. Racing second is Ocean View Chip. Third up the rail, Baskin Robin. Then in 4th, Magian Thunder. Racing 5th is Street Glider. Back into 6th, Magian Salsa. And trailing the field, Rosie's Boy. 28 and 4 was a solid opener. Alcina loose on the lead towards the half mile. Ocean View Chip is all alone second. Baskin Robin third. Back into 4th, Magian Thunder. Street Glider is 5th. Then it's Magian Salsa 6th. Trailing the field, Rosie's Boy. Are they ever strung out in here? And I mean strung out by the opening half mile. And that'll string them out all the time. 57 and 1. An incredible opening half mile. Alcina, a serious leader, and the lead by 4. Ocean View Chip is second, Baskin Robin third. Fourth, that is Magian Thunder. Now Magian Salsa fifth. Off stride 6 is Street Glider. Trailing the field, Rosie's Boy. They go by 3/4. 1:27 and 2 around the turn for the final time now. They have an 8 left to trot, and it's all over here. Alcina completely destroying her foes. Ocean View Chip second, well back into third, Magian Thunder. And on the wire next, she will deliver Alcina. And the Maritime Magic Man burial while they romped. Ocean View Chip was second. Magian Salsa rallied for third in 1:58 and a 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 3, the Maritime Magic Man and Barrio. We liked Alcina, and she lives up to that 1-9 billing, Ken.
Yeah, in a laugher here. They were well strung out, as Vance points out, 28-4, 57-1 for the half. Some solid, hefty fractions here, 127-2, and effortless as well with the 4-year-old mare by Muscle Mass with the Maritime Magic Man, Jules Barrio, just guiding her along for trainer Jeff Holmes and Hardcore Racing of Belfast. Third win and second start here on the island for Alcina without the trotting hobbles at 1-9 in 1:58 and 1 final quarter of 30 4/5. Alcina may be headed for bigger and better things.
Absolutely, and that is a post-time picks, Peter McPhee, Ice Cold Triactor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late judge's inquiry underway now in the third race. It involves number 3, Magian Salsa, and a possible pylon violation. Now returning into the third race, winner's circle, number 6, Alcina, trotting bay mare 4 by Muscle Mass, off the Cantab Hall Dam, Keystone Taylor, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, bred by Steve Organ of Aurora, Ontario, trained by Jeff Holmes, driven to victory by Jules Barrio, and she'll trot to a new race win record tonight of 1:58 and 1. Alcina in the third.
With so much action coming up in Atlantic Canadian harness racing, Windermere Farms wishes all participants a successful racing season. Whether it's Old Home Week, the Atlantic Breeders' Crown, the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, or a simple overnight event, we hope all your racing dreams come true. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the results of the third race judges' inquiry. Number 3, Majayan Salsa, was inside 2 consecutive pylons and not lapped on at the finish. Therefore, no placing required. Here's the official results from the third. Majayan Thunder 4th, Rosie's Boy 6th, Majayan Salsa finished 3rd, Ocean View Chip was 2nd, Baskin Robin finished 5th, Alcina, the race winner. Streak Ladder finished 7th and had broken equipment. Fractions of 28 and 4, 57 and 1, 127 and 2, and the mile 158 and 1. In review, 463, 2517. Alcina paid 230. Exactor 420, Tractor 1620, Superfecta 505. The fourth race is the Canadian Union of Public Employees. Number 1, Dollywood, owned and trained by Paul Doyle of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault driving. Two is Beauty Bling, owned by Michael Arnold of Olds, Alberta, and Amy Lockie from Montague, trained by Mike Dowling, driven by David Dowling. Dizzy Miss Lizzie, number 3, owned by Nickway Farm, St. David's, Newfoundland, trained by Ronnie Gass. Corey McPherson drives. Shadow Angel, number 4, owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watson, driven by Patrick Shepard. 5 is Alejandra Hanover, owned by Tommy Collins, Macy McPhee, and Courtney McLean, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. Brookdale Sandy 6, owned by Bill Kinney of Hunter River, and Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle, tonight out of Murner. Number 7 is Better Not Mock Me, owned by Wayne McCrae, Fall River, Nova Scotia, Hammock Farms Limited of Brookfield. Gilles Berriot trains and drives. There's 5 minutes wagering time of the fourth race. This is Race Day Live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Back to Lee Drake at Studio 64 in honor of the 64th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer and the official draw.
Well, that's right, Vance. And yes, it is part of the Gold Cup and Saucer, the press conference there earlier in the week. I was talking to Don McNeil, who said, what a great way to lay the stage work for the greatest week in racing, and I couldn't agree more. Now, the big draw, now let's back it up a little bit. So, obviously, the Supercard of Racing on Saturday, that's at 4 p.m. That's new Supercard post time there at 4 p.m. There's trials 1 and 2 on that card. Then the trial number 3 is Monday. And then on Tuesday, the Gold Cup ambassadors are going to be in that historic center field. They will make their draw. They'll step up. They'll select the horse that they will represent in the Gold Cup and Saucer and that all-important post position. So it's not far away. It's coming up on draw night on Tuesday. So make sure you tune in for it or be here live for it. It should be an exciting time to find out who those 9 finalists are going to be and where they're going to leave from. It's all part of the 64th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery.
I can't wait for the trials, Ken. 2 on Saturday night, 1 on the Monday night. I talked about the Monday night trial with PL Ozzy and my brother. We didn't even get to mention Lawless Shadow and Tyler Moore. They're going to make a bid on Monday night, but just stacked 3 trials, and it's hard to believe the talent that is coming this year. I just can't wait to watch these 3 trials. And I am predicting maybe a new track record this year, Ken, if the weather's right.
What did Ken Oakes tell Lee Drake? We're going to have to wear seatbelts just to watch the races.
Yeah, that's right. Buckle up, because they're going to be dandy trials. And they are loaded with talent, so we hope you guys tune in either at Redshores.ca or come here to watch it live. There's no experience like it. As we work on race number 4, 2 minutes to post, and we're going to zero in on your top choice in here. This is the 4 Shadow Angel, a 3-year-old filly by Shadow Play, owned by Claude Poirier. Earl Watts is the trainer, still looking for win number 1 this year, making her 8th start, gets Patrick Shepard.
I got 9-1 right now. I'm liking that. Toss out the last 2, no chance. Hit the board, solid rally, 3 starts back. She was race time in 57-3. Post is better, goes back to Patrick Shepard here. It just seems like we haven't seen the best from this filly yet.
I agree. She is due for a win here. I got her picked for 2nd on my ticket, but I would not be surprised if Patrick gets it done here with Shadow Angel. Patrick's been doing a great job driving for Earl Watts since he's come home from Ontario, and they've had a ton of success this summer, and it will continue here. I think this filly is a major danger in here, and I love that price, Ken. 9-1 currently. Consistency is the word that comes to mind for this 7 horse here. This is Better Not Mock Me, a 3-year-old filly by Better Than Cheddar, owned by Wayne McRae and Howmack Farms. Gilles Barrio, the trainer and driver, 8 for 9 in the top 3 this year.
That was the morning line choice, 5-2, 2-1 right now. The coach choice on the board. Moves outside, fresh off a narrow loss, had things her own way on the front end. Just missed as the beaten favorite. Looks to atone with her gate speed here for Gilles Barrio. 4th start off the 6th scratch, so trending right.
And the Dowling brothers are teaming up again here in race number 4. This is my top choice on the screen right now. The 2 Beauty Bling. Only 1 for 20 this year, 1 for 21 last year, 2 for 41 over the last 2 years. I'll throw that last line out. The start prior to that, Ken, was a really nice mile.
Oh, the Peter McPhee pick here, and you pointed out 0 for 20 on the season. 2 for the last 41. Paid the price, a really slow start last out. Liking her first over grind, 2nd last start, or 2nd back, or 2 back. A narrow loss, 3 starts back. Improved post here, high percentage connections. Certainly make her a strong consideration. The 2-1 favorite. I went 4-7-2.
The horses are going to gate here in the fourth race, the Canadian Union of Public Employees. We talked about the Supercard on Saturday, post time at 1, followed by the Love Junkie Saturday night at 10, while Monday features Trackside Tunes with the Spuds following the live harness racing card, and Tuesday morning is the Premier's Breakfast at Turf's Bar and Grill at 9 a.m. Harness Racing Karaoke Star is Thursday night after the races on the tarmac. Details at Redshores.ca. Getting some text and some real interest in that Saturday afternoon Supercard, post time at 4. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Dollywood, Beauty Bling, Dizzy Miss Lizzie, Shadow Angel, Alejandra Hanover, Brookdale Sandy, Better Not Mock Me, they're on the gate, and at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Beauty Bling will get the first call. Coming from the outside, Brookdale Sandy, and on the rail, Dollywood is guarding the cones. Then the fourth one around the turn, Shadow Angel. At the rail, Dizzy Miss Lizzie is fifth. To get away, six, Better Not Mock Me. Alejandra Hanover will trail early on the backstretch. Going to the quarter, Beauty Bling from the outside, the leader. Dollywood has the rail. Racing from third is Dizzy Miss Lizzie. Dropping in fourth is Brookdale Sandy. Now racing fifth, that is Shadow Angel. Better Not Mock Me goes sixth. Trailing the field seventh, Alejandra Hanover, 29 seconds flat was the quarter mile. Arriving up the 3/8. Now it's Beauty Bling for David Dowling on the lead. Dollywood is second, head of the turn third. Dizzy Miss Lizzie racing fourth. Brookdale Sandy, there goes movement. Up on the outside, fifth is Better Not Mock Me. Sixth up the rail is Shadow Angel. And on the outside, seventh, Alejandra Hanover. Halfway home in the fourth, Beauty Bling, the midway point leader in 59 and 1/5. Midway round the paddock, turn for the second time. Over to the 5/8 now. Beauty Bling, the leader. Second is Dollywood from the outside. Better Not Mock Me, first up third. Following the cover on the outside, fourth, Shadow Angel. Dizzy Miss Lizzie, fifth. Brookdale Sandy, sixth. On the outside, seventh, Alejandra Hanover. 3/4 goes to Beauty Bling in 1:29 and 2. From the outside, it's Better Not Mock Me. In at the rail, Dollywood looms the danger here. Off the turn, and they're headed on home. Beauty Bling, the leader. Dollywood coming to the outside. Dizzy Miss Lizzie along the rail. Deep stretch now. Beauty Bling hangs on for David Dowling. Second, that'll go to Dollywood. Might have been Dizzy Miss Lizzie. Third, the mile in 1:59 flat.
All right, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for race number 4, and it was Dowling going right down the road here with Beauty Bling. Ken, 2 for 41 over the last 2 years, overdue, gets it done here tonight.
Yeah, and it's a front-end masterpiece here of rating by David Dowling with 29, 59, 1, 129 and 2/5, and holding sway here with a 29-3 final quarter, and 159 flat. Dollywood, 2-hole ride, perfect trip. Kenny Arsenal gets up second. Can't pay off there, and it's a battle for the show dough. Dizzy Miss Lizzie up against the 7, Better Not Mock Me, and it goes to 3, Dizzy Miss Lizzie. Beauty Bling, Peter McPhee on top.
Here comes Beauty Bling to the fourth race winner's circle. Bay-facing mare, the 4-year-old daughter of Sports Rider, is off the Badlands Hanover Dam. A Lot of Bling, owned by Mike Arnold of Olds, Alberta, and Amy Lockie from Montague, bred by Windback Farm of Chesapeake City, Maryland. Trained by Mike Dowling, driven to victory by David Dowling for a mile in 1:59. Beauty Bling in the fourth, down at trackside. That is the Canadian Union of Public Employees joining us this night with the cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery and promotional products and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the fourth race. Dollywood was second, Beauty Bling the winner, Dizzy Miss Lizzie third, Shadow Angel sixth, Alejandra Hanover was seventh, Brookdale Sandy finished fifth, Better Not Mock Me fourth, fractions 29, 59 and 1, 129 and 2, and the mile 159. From the top, your program reads 213 6754. Beauty Bling paid $650 to win. The exactor $20.80, triactor $135.40, and the superfecta was $43.87.
The second annual Gamester Pinckney Memorial Cup final is set for Churro Raceway on Sunday, September 3rd, and Team Gamester finalists are Brady Sweet, Jacob Sweet, Patrick Shepard, and Brett Clough. And Team Pinckney finalists include Kyle Mason, Zach Mullins, Luke Armstrong, and Monica Sutherland. So the Gamester Pinckney Memorial Cup final is set for Sunday, September 3rd in Churro. And now, Ken, you're going to get a look at the picks for the upcoming fifth race. Who do you like?
Selecciones. Well, we've got you've got the 2 here, and that's Miss Sangria, the 5-2 morning line choice. I've got the 1, Freedom Delight, and then the post time picks 2 and Classifier's choice 2. And Peter McPhee's on the 2. He's post time, right?
Post time picks
Post-time
with Peter
pick,
McPhee,
man.
287. I do like your win odds a little better than mine in here. You're getting 9-2 currently. We are the chalk right now at 2-1.
The fifth race tonight is the Charlie Blaisdell Memorial. Number 1, Freedom Delight, owned by Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Zach Noy, trained by Jay Noy and driven by Norris Rogers. Number 2 is Miss Sangria, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River. Corey McPherson is the trainer-driver. Number 3 is MD's Girl, owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal and Keith Ford. Keith Ford trains and drives. Tell Me Why 4 is owned by Joe McDonald of Port Alban and Alexis Gass of Cornwall. Joe is the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives tonight. Number 5, Locker Up. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owner Jamie Kennedy, Charlottetown. Number 6 is Mrs. Dragonfire, owned by Reg Ferguson and Wayne McDonald, trained by Reg Ferguson, Patrick Shepard up. She's a Comedian, number 7, is owned and trained by Ralph Sweet Valeri, Mark Campbell. 8 is Fluentosity, owned by Shane and Blaine Baglow of Cornwall, trained by Blaine Baglow and driven by David Dowling. Down to 5 minutes wagering time on race number 5, featuring the first of 2 super high fives. And Ken and Kurt were coming up with our selections in the super high 5. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 5th, I'm on to the 2, Miss Sangria. She was a winner 6 starts back in 57 and 2 in this optional $7,000 claiming class. She's got a decent post to work from. I like her on top tonight in here. Gonna go to the 7. She's a Comedian on Just a Hunch. And then farther out to the 8, I like Fluentosity for 3rd. Then going to go to the rail with Freedom Delight. I thought you might get a good price on her. And I'll close it out with the 4, Tell Me Why. So I'm at 27814. And Ken, from me to you, congratulations on your Hall of Fame induction. You're one of the great, and I mean great, race callers of all time.
Thanks so much, Vance. It was a great honor, really surreal, and it gave me a symbolic chance to be with Sam McKee again. And, of course, Dave Brower is going in again next year. 2 colleagues that, sadly, we lost at the Meadowlands. But here, I'm all over the place, and I'm on the 1 here, Freedom Delight. Solid 3rd, 2 back, lands the rail. I think that's just going to give her a better start here, and she drops back down in class. The 8, Fluentosity at 2-1, taking strong action. She's been much better in her last 3 since that confidence-boosting win in 157 and 2. The 2, Miss Sangria, 8-5 favorite. You got to use her. The 11-year-old mare has been on the edges in her last 4 since that perfect trip win back on June 29th. And I'll tack on the 6, Miss Dragonfire. Get some bridle changes tonight. And the 4, Tell Me Why. Just missed last out. 1-8, 2, 6, 4.
I like the 1 as well, Ken, but I'm going to put the 1 in for 2nd. I do like drawing in to the rail here, Freedom Delight and Norris Rogers. Nice trip last time out, 57 and 4. Didn't get any money off that mile, but a really nice effort, 29 and 1, closing it out. So I'm going to put them for 2nd. I like Miss Sangria on top. The punters are on board here now, 6-5 on the board. There's a good look at her scoring out for Corey McPherson. I like her on top. I'm going to go Freedom Delight for 2nd. I'm going to go all the way to the outside, Fluentosity. She's really consistent. I do not like her post tonight with David Dowling. Post 8. She doesn't have a ton of gate speed, but I think she can float out and sit mid-pack here, and she does not mind the first over bid here. So hopefully Dowling can get her forwardly placed and get her on the move early. I like her for 3rd. I'm going to go for 4th. I like Tell Me Why and Kenny Murphy, and I'm going to close it out with the 6, Mrs. Dragonfire and Patrick Shepard. He's been getting along well with this mare since he started driving her, so I like her for 5th. I'm going to go 2-1-8, 4-6, Ken Workington 1-8-2, 6-4, and Vance Cameron 2-7-8, 1-4 here in race 5. Good luck with your super high fives here in the 5th.
So we got the Super High Five here on race number 5, the Charlie Blaisdell Memorial. Another Super High Five coming up on race number 12 tonight. And don't forget the on-track pick 5 starts on race 6. Those ballots have to be into your nearest selling location. And our sellers in great force tonight, and always an important part of our teams. Nice to have you here in attendance for this Thursday night, or maybe you're tuned in. Nice to have you part of the Red Shores show. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for race number 5, the Super High 5. And back upstairs for the race call, here's Vance Cameron.
Oh, Lee, one of my favorite young ladies of all time visiting from the Ottawa area is Emily. Oh, she's hit the teenage thing all the way up to 13. Well, she's visiting. She's in the booth to watch the 5th. Freedom Delight. Miss Sangria, MD's girl, tell me why. Lock her up, Mrs. Dragonfire. She's a comedian. Fluentosity on the outside. Charlie Blaisdell Memorial, post time. The rough end pacing in at the rail. Freedom Delight leaving out. Miss Sangria is second. Joining them on the outside third. Mrs. Dragonfire. MD's girl up the rail fourth. She's a comedian moving up fifth. Then in sixth is Tell Me Why. Lock Her Up is seventh. And on the outside the trailer, Fluentosity. Up the backstretch they go. Freedom Delight in line to Norris Rogers on the early lead. Second is Miss Sangria in at the rail third. Mrs. Dragonfire, MD's girl, is fourth. Racing from fifth is She's a Comedian. Then in sixth, Tell Me Why. Lock Her Up is seventh. Trailing the field, Fluentosity 8:29 and 2/5 was the quarter. Over to the 3/8 pole and on the point, Freedom Delight is the fraction center. Miss Sangria's got herself a 2-hole ride. Third up the rail is Mrs. Dragonfire. There goes the backfield in motion. First up on the outside fourth, She's a Comedian underway. Following the cover on the outside fifth, Tell Me Why. On the cone sixth, MD's girl. Outside seventh, Fluentosity. Now the trailer, Lock Her Up. 59 and 4 was the half mile. Down to 3/8 to go. Freedom Delight, the leader on Miss Sangria. From the outside, She's a Comedian advancing third. On the cones, Mrs. Dragonfire fourth. On the outside, fifth is Tell Me Why. Nowhere to go sixth for MD's girl. Fluentosity seventh. And Lock Her Up is eighth. 3/4 up in 1. 29 and 4. Approaching the 7/8. Freedom Delight is still there, turning home. To her outside, She's a Comedian. Third up the rail, Miss Sangria. They're in deep stretch now. Miss Sangria gobbling up ground in the passing lane. Wins for Corey McPherson. Second is Freedom Delight. Looked like MD's girl up third, the mile in 1:59 and 1.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media here for race 5. It was the Charlie Blaisdell Memorial. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner. The one Freedom Delight, Ken, as you thought, would use the rail to their advantage here tonight, but got a little tired late.
Yeah, I give Norris Rogers kudos here, full points for rating Freedom Delight, 29-2, 59-4, 129 and 4. So a minute, 2/5 for middle half there, 159 and 1, and it's a 2-hole ride for Miss Sangria. Some class here, 41st career victory for this 11-year-old mare by Royal Majesty Corey McPherson for Alex McPhee. The free-legged Miss Sangria with a third win on the season, and Freedom Delight settles for second. MD's girl was third, and guess what? Peter McPhee on top again, post-time picks.
That's right. Miss Sangria gets it done. 2:13.67 is the Super High 5 unofficially here in race 5.
Here comes Miss Sangria to the 5th race. Winner's Circle, Bay Pacing mare. She's 11 by Royal Majesty. Off the Western Ideal Dam, Marla Hanover. Owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River. Bred by Rochelle Houdon and Alice Draper of Ontario. Trained and driven to victory by Corey McPherson. A winner in 1:59 and 1. That's Miss Sangria in the 5th, the Charlie Blaisdell Memorial. Cooler presentation at trackside. Miss Sangria, 1:59 and 1.
This race replay is brought to you by Park After Dark Events. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. Watch for announcements on comedy nights, concerts, and more with Park After Dark Events at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the 5th. Freedom Delight was 2nd. Miss Sangria the winner. MD's Girl was 3rd. Tell Me Why finished 8th. Lock Her Up 6th. Mrs. Dragonfire 4th. She's a Comedian was 5th. Fluentosity finished 7th. Fractions of 29 and 2. 59 and 4. 129 and 4. And the mile 159 and 1. From the top, your program reads 213-864-57. Miss Sangria paid $4.70 to win. The exactor $10, the triactor $120.80, and there is a super high five carryover.
$50/50s are on sale here in the top of the park with the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. So 50/50s are on sale here in the top of the park, and currently over 800 going to the winners. So get in on the 50/50 here tonight at Red Shores.
The 6th race on the track for the parade. Number 1 is Scarlet Summer, owned by Darrell McLean of Winslow. Darrell trains and drives. 2 Roses for Jenny was scratched. Number 3, Only the Good Die Young, owned by A Matter of Time stable of Charlottetown, trained by Ronnie Matheson and driven by Jill's Burial. 4 Java, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling's up. 5 Georgia Thompson, owned and trained by Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown. Adam Murner. Number 6 Heather's Pet, owned, trained, and driven by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown. Down to 5 minutes wagering time on the 6th race. Start of the on-track pick 5. Ballots must be in before the start of this raid. Kurt Hughes, Ken Workington, and Lee Drake. They're up next on race day.
So there you have it. 4 minutes to go in race number 6 tonight, and those on-track ballots have to be into your nearest seller as well. And there's a look at our social media threads, and there's where you'll find us all this week, whether you're looking for Gold Cup ambassadors or any of the special events that are coming up. You can follow us on Twitter, which is now X, also Facebook and Instagram. Get it all with social media here at Red Shores.
Okay, 4 minutes away here from race number 6. We are scratched down to a field of 5 in here. Ken, your top pick, Rose for Jenny, unfortunately scratched. So you're gonna select the 3. Only the Good Die Young, owned by a matter of time stable of Charlottetown. Ron Matheson, the trainer. Gilles Barrio, the Maritime Magic Man, will do the driving, and I like her as well, and you like her on top of your ticket.
Yeah, we're all going to be covered in chalk dust here. Lightly raced filly comes off a tough trip and gave it a roll, a third in the Stanfield at Truro, 2 starts back. 2 straight blowouts before that, including a 156-4 career best at Summerside, and draws inside on her toes. Barrio 1-5.
Okay, the chalk 1-5 right now on the 3. Only the Good Die Young. Another good option in here if you don't want to play the chalk, that's the 5, Georgia Thompson. Melissa Rennie, the trainer, Adam Erner, the driver. Melissa is also the owner of this 3-year-old filly by Sports Writer. How about that trip 2 back, Ken?
Yeah, Sports Writer filly unleashed at career best 154 and 4 2 starts back, a blowout running up the score. No chance, a very slow start for post 7 last out. Beaten favorite has a chance to rebound for the high percentage connections here. Right now, you're getting 2-1.
And again, we talked about Georgia Thompson, that big trip that she went 2 back, 54 and 4. The half was in 55 and 2 in that mile. And if you look at the lines on Java, that's 7 by 20.5 lengths. Well, that she was in the mix in that early half, 55 and 2. She got a little tired. Dowling was in the seat on that night. This mare is trained by Jen Doyle, and Danny Burt from Vernon Bridge is the owner of this mare. And then that last start from post 8, just never get into the mile.
Yeah, well, she likes Charlottetown, Red Shores here. 4 wins this season, this summer. The latest 156-4. She's got a 156-3 to her credit. Just looks like once she gets on or near the lead and she gets a chance to control it or steal it, she can do just that here at a nice price. Right now it's 7-1, but she needs a big rebound effort.
All right, tracking along with the 6 there, Heather's Pet, Neil Bambrick, who's the owner, trainer, and driver, coming into play here. Good value at 15-1 right now. Watch and follow Red Shores All-Stars Robert Reed Jr., Garnet Barnsdale, and Don Lupel during Old Home Week 2023 on X, formerly known as Twitter. They'll be kicking into gear this Saturday. All part of that supercard I was talking about earlier. Post time is at 4 o'clock. And a special My Gold Cup ticket campaign will also feature after the official post position draw on Tuesday night. That's when the ambassadors will select their horses and their all-important post positions. And we're going to have Ken Workington in that, Sugar Doyle, Jessica Otten from the Meadowlands, co-worker with Ken Workington. She's going to be here, and other guests, including the Race Day broadcast team. So just some things to watch out for Old Home Week 2023. Okay, so the countdown clock is in, and the horses are on gate in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And once again, we send it back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Scratch down to a field of 5 here in tonight's 6th race. Scarlet Summer, Only the Good Die Young, Java, Georgia Thompson, Heather's Pet, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Java leaving out alongside. That's Georgia Thompson, third to the turn. Scarlet Summer. Between horses, Only the Good Die Young. Then the trailer. That is Heather's Pet as they roll over to the 8. Java's at the rail. To her outside, here's Georgia Thompson. A little tussle. They're to it and at it and to it up front. Going to the quarter. And Georgia Thompson is going to pay a price here. She'll clear from Murner. Java took her right on over to the opening quarter mile. And they arrived at that station in a solid 28-1. Georgia Thompson now the leader on Java. All alone in third, Only the Good Die Young. Fourth at the rail is Scarlet Summer. Trailing the field, Heather's Pet. And down the stretch they come. The opening half mile comes next. And it's Georgia Thompson the leader. Java's on her back second, closing up third. Only the Good Die Young. Scarlet Summer is fourth at the rail. To the outside fifth, Heather's Pet. 57-4 was the half. Around the turn, going to the 5/8 next. It's Georgia Thompson, the leader. Java is second. Only the Good Die Young gapping out third. Fourth on the outside is Heather's Pet at the rail. Scarlet Summer now the trailer. 3/4 coming next. And Georgia Thompson leads it by a length. Java is there second. Closing up third, Only the Good Die Young. Heather's Pet is fourth and Scarlet Summer fifth. 3/4 up in 1:27 and 2. They're homeward bound now. Georgia Thompson opens up. Java now second. Only the Good Die Young coming late third. They're on the wire next. Georgia Thompson with Adam Murner. Only the Good Die Young rallies up second. Third goes to Java. Time for the mile in 1:56. But
Okay, scratch down to a field of 5, which means the 3, 4, 5, and 6 all move in one spot. And Georgia Thompson now left from post 4, going to take full advantage and pop out to the early lead. Ken and Murtagh's going to control things.
At 28, 57-4, 127 2. Some great rating here by Adam Murner. I think you're going to see a lot of winners coming Old Home Week. Adam Murner and Melissa Rennie, this combo here. Georgia Thompson with that 7-length blowout and 54-4 2 back is back on the engine tonight. A change of tactics, and it yields her 5th win of the season. 28-3 on the end here for Georgia Thompson. Only the good die young. I don't know, didn't look too sporty out there. Was gapping, did finish second, and beat Java for that deuce. And Java settles for the show here at 10-1. Georgia Thompson in the 6th.
Here comes Georgia Thompson to the 6th race winner's circle. Back pacing filly 3 by Sports Rider off the Mach 3 dam, Olive Thompson. Owned by Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown. Bred by Bernie Hennessy from Ontario. Melissa Rennie is the trainer, and she's driven to victory by Adam Murner. The filly gets her 5th lifetime victory tonight, 156. Georgia Thompson in the 6th.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results from the 6th race. Scarlet Summer was 4th. Roses for Jenny Scratch. Only the Good Die Young was 2nd. Java finished 3rd and had broken equipment. Georgia Thompson, the race winner. Heather's Pet was 5th. Fractions were 28-1, 57-4, 127-2, and the mile 156. In review, it's 4 Scratch 2, 315. Georgia Thompson 420, Exactor 620, Triactor 930, Superfecta was 208.
The Prince Edward Island Standardbred Breeders Association proudly presents the Atlantic Dream Stable 2023 competition, and this is a fundraiser for the IWK and a great way to support all the work they do in our maritime community. It's presented by the PEI Standardbred Breeders Association, sponsored by Phillips Agri Services, your local supplier of quality horse feeds and proud dealers of Brooks Performance Horse Feed and Sure Gain Horse Feed. And additional runner-up prizes are donated by Red Shores. And view the standings at atlanticdreamstable.weebly.com.
Tonight's seventh race, sponsored by Grant Thornton. One is Zach the Men, owned by Michael McDonald of Vernon Bridge, and GWR Visser Farm of Orwell, trained by Michael McDonald, Mark Campbell driving. At the helm, too, is owned by Pamela Moore and Blair Saunders of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Pamela Moore, Brett LeBlanc. Evening Maelstrom 3 is owned by Dr. Mary McNiven of 9 Mile Creek, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. Cage Rider number 4, the owners are Todd Walsh, Lance Jones, Sean McAdam, and Donnie McFadgen, trained by Todd Walsh. Miles Heffernan drives. 5 is Oh to Be Me. Gary Chappell of Charlottetown is the owner and the driver. Stacy Dara trains. 6 is Southern Heart, owned by Elmer Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, Corey McPherson up. 7 is Painted Pony. Jason Hughes drives for owner-trainer Raymond White, Belfast. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back to the broadcast desk with Kurt Hughes and Ken Workington with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
And here we go with the race day recap, sponsored by Metro Home Building Center. A look back at the first 6 races on the card. Race 1, I Can Do It, in a very tight photo finish with Crimson and Clover way out there for Kenny Arsenal. Mark Campbell, perfect second overdrive, 5-1 payoff on I Can Do It over Crimson and Clover, and She's Rock and Fame, who carved out the mile at 8-5.
And then in race 2 tonight, it was Salzbrook, Pixie, and Kenny Murphy. They took their time off the wings, got away mid-pack, and then they're going to grind it out first up here, half in a minute, 3/5. Nice mile, 2 minutes, 2/5 as Salzbrook Pixie picks up her first win on the campaign.
Race 3, an absolute blowout from Alcina for Gilles Barrio and Jeff Holmes in hardcore racing. The 4-year-old by Muscle Mass destroys the opposition. 28-4, 57-1, 127-2, 158 and 1. Ocean View Chip way back there in second. Magian Salsa third.
And then in race 4 tonight, it was the 2 Beauty, Bling, and Dallin going right down the road. They drew 2 here tonight. They're going to go to the front, and they're going to get it done here. Nice trip, 159 flat.
Race 5, it was a perfect trip, paying off for Corey McPherson and Miss Sangria. The free-legged 11-year-old by Royal Majesty sits behind Freedom Delight, 29-2, 59-4, 129-4, 159 and 1. Miss Sangria with her 41st career victory at 6-5 over Freedom Delight and MD's Girl.
Okay, and in race 6 we just watched. We don't need the replay for that, or we might get it here as we're having a little technical difficulties, but it was Georgia Thompson. We were scratched down to a field of 5. Murder's going to put her on the front here tonight, half 57-4, 127-2, and she's going to get the job done here in a nice effort, 156 as she wins her second in her last 3. She's been great. She gets it done here in the 6th. And that is the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, just a minute to go here before race number 7 is the Grant Thornton Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner. And, Ken, you're going to go with Zach the Men here, leaving from post 1 here tonight. And you like this one with its 4-start back.
Yeah, I'm on the Peter McPhee bandwagon. Zach the Men getting tighter on the comeback trail. He offered a late bid in his last 2. He moves inside, chance to trip out. Back to Mark Campbell tonight. Might be sitting on a big one, 6-5.
I like Zach the Man as well. And then we're matching strides again for the deuce here. We both like the 3 Evening Maelstrom. Kenny Murphy, the driver. Cliff Murphy is the trainer. Dr. Mary McNiven, Nine Mile Creek, is the owner. A really, really tough outing in her latest.
3 Evening Maelstrom gets her 3rd consecutive class drop after getting roughed up first over. Her previous effort was dull, 0 for 13 on the season, but draws better tonight. A chance to, could spell wake up, long overdue win, 2-1 right now.
Okay, and to round out your tri-actor ticket, you're going to go to the outside there, the 7 Painted Pony and Jason Hughes, trained by Raymond White. He's also the owner. This guy is in his farewell campaign, now 14 years old.
Yeah, 5-2 morning line choice. Painted Pony, classy 14-year-old. He's a horse for the course, loves it here, gets a double class drop. 3rd start off the bench, switches to the Blue Knight, lands in a camera-shy field, but stuck outside here. 1-3-7's our call.
Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race 7 is the Grant Thornton Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Zach the Men at the helm. Evening Maelstrom, Cage Rider. Oh, to be me, Southern Hearted, Painted Pony on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and facing Evening Maelstrom, leaving on the rail, Zach the Men, and joining them from the far outside, Painted Pony 3rd. 4th up the rail, that's at the helm to get away, 5th Cage Rider. Oh, to be me, 6th. Then the trailer, Southern Heart. They settle with pylon positions, and Campbell guarded the rail. He's got Zach the Men right on the engine here. 2nd is Evening Maelstrom. Then 3rd is Painted Pony. Gapping out in the early going, 4th at the helm. 5th on the rail is Cage Rider. Then in 6th, oh, to be me, Southern Heart trails. They get strung out off at 28. And 1 opener. Arriving up to 3-8, Zach the Men, the serious leader for Mark Campbell. 2nd is Evening Maelstrom, sticking with the leaders. 3rd, That's Painted Pony. That large gap to fourth. At the helm there. Here comes Cage Rider to the outside fifth. Oh, to be me is sixth. And on the outside seventh, that is Southern Heart. On by the opening half mile. And up front and on the lead, Zach the Man, 57. 2 was a rolling opening half mile. Zach the Man will take him to the back stretch. Second is Evening Maelstrom. Painted Pony third. Coming fourth on the outside, Cage Rider. At the helm is fifth. Then in sixth, Southern Heart. Off stride at the back. That is Oh to Be Me to go by 3/4. Zach the Man still there, and it's getting late. Second is Evening Maelstrom, the 3/4 up in 1:28 flat, eighth of a mile out. Zach the Man trying to close it out. Evening Maelstrom is second. Cage Rider coming third. Painted Pony fourth. Deep stretch now. Zach the Man, Evening Maelstrom. Zach the Man and Evening Maelstrom. Oh, they land on the line right together. We're going to need a win picture. The mile 1:57.3.
That's a tight photo on the line, but I think Zach the Man does hold on here as we get a look at the 7th race slow-mo here. Brought to you by Universal Media. Grant Thornton pace. They'll be trackside with the winner, Ken. Looks like Mark Campbell goes down the road.
Yeah, Zach the Man, we said he was getting tighter on the comeback trail off of that late bid last 2 starts, but tonight he's on the engine, and he's going to dig in and try to fend off Evening Maelstrom and Kenny Murphy on the inside. Cage Rider's right there in that 3-ply photo for win. And up on the board, well, we haven't seen the numbers yet, but Zach the Man with Mark Campbell for Michael McDonald and GWR Visser Farm. And it is indeed, that's ice cold for us, right? 1-3, Zach the Man and Evening Maelstrom. Zach the Man with his second win on the season, 1:57.3.
Zach the Man arrives at the 7th race winner's circle by pacing gelding. He's 8 by Sports Rider. From the Mach 3 dam, Sweet Velocity, owned by Michael McDonald of Vernon Bridge and GWR Visser Farms, bred by a numbered company from Quebec. Trained by Michael McDonald. Mark Campbell had him on top at every call. Mark's second winner for the double. And the mile 1:57.3. Zach the Man wires the 7th. Down at trackside, the Grant Thornton Cooler presentation. Now the official results in the 7th, Zach the Men, the winner, at the helm 5th. Evening Maelstrom was 2nd. Kay's Rider 3rd. Oh to Be Me was 7th. Southern Heart finished 6th. Painted Pony was 4th, fractions of 28 and 1. 57 and 2. 128. And the mile 157 and 3. In review, 152, 37, 64. Zach the Men paid $3.90. The exactor $9, triactor $18.10, superfecta $4.21.
Park After Dark at Red Shores presents The Love Junkies Saturday night at 10 p.m. And Monday features Trackside Tunes with the Spuds following the live harness racing card. Tuesday morning is the Premier's breakfast at Turf's Bar and Grill at 9 a.m. and harness racing karaoke star is Thursday night after the races on the tarmac, and details are at Redshores.ca. And here, Ken, we're going to slide into picks. Who do you like in here?
We are all on the 7 here. Outrageous Style for Jill's Burial right now at 3-5. I've got 7-1-5. You've got 7-1-2. Let's see. Post-time picks. Peter 7-5-1, same as Classifier's Choice.
And my confidence is at an all-time high right now, Ken. I just came off an ice cold try there in the last race, so we'll see how we do here in race 8.
Kurt, you mentioned karaoke. One of these days, I'll give you the golden rule of karaoke.
Okay.
The golden rule.
Okay.
All right. I can't say it on the air.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, stay tuned for that.
All right.
Final call to purchase a 50-50 draw ticket tonight. Right now, $900 going to go to the winner. Final call to purchase a 50-50 ticket right now, valued at $900. Mockbook Pro on the 8th race post parade, owned by Blennish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia, trained by Melissa Rennie and driven by Adam Murner. Owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, driven by Miles Heffernan, number 2, Catch a Few Rays. Elm Grove Penny 3 is owned and trained by Luke Burke of Stratford, Corey McPherson. Speaking of Shadow number 4, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond and Mark McDonald of Cornwall, trained and driven by Darren Crow. Madison 10-5, owned by Cole McLaren, Evan Myers, and Jacob McLaren, trained by Cole McLaren, Mark Campbell driving. Salzbrook Flicker number 6, owned, trained, and driven by Ryder Renison of Truro, Nova Scotia. 7 is Outrageous Style, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove, trained by Ron Matheson, driven by Jill's Burial. 8 Camco Willow is scratched. 4 minutes wagering time in race 8. The city of Charlottetown is proud to present the Birthplace of Confederation Series in honor of Don and Ian Smith. Coming up, Old Home Week.
The City of Charlottetown is the title sponsor of the Birthplace of Confederation Series. This series is held annually during Gold Cup Week and recognizes individuals and families who've made significant contributions to harness racing in the capital city and province.
Deep in that tread, Dream Fair, Genfire, the queen of the driving park.
The City of Charlottetown is proud to announce the 2023 honorees are Don and Ian Smith. Don't miss this year's race, scheduled for Saturday, August 19th at Redshores, Charlottetown. The Birthplace of Confederation Series, proudly presented by the City of Charlottetown.
And we want to thank the City of Charlottetown for their continued support. The Birthplace Confederation Series coming up on Saturday, August 19th is the final, as you know, though, that's coming up this weekend in honor of Don and Ian Smith. And great presentation it is. And two great gentlemen. Had a lot of great moments in the sport over the years and have invested a lot in our harness racing, so it's nice to see that they are going to be honored. Back out on the track we go, 3 minutes to race number 8, and Ken Morkington and Kurt Hughes pick up the action.
Thank you very much, Lee. 3 minutes to post here before race A. I want to let you know 50-50s are on sale. Last call, 50-50s are on sale here on the top of the park. Right now, over $950 going to the winner. So last call for 50-50s here in the top of the park. And now we are going to focus in on our top pick here in race 8. That's the 7 Outrageous Style, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove. Ron Matheson, the trainer. Gilles Barrio, the regular pilot. He is on board. This mare does not have a ton of gate speed, Ken, but a really strong closer.
Might be a favorite to bet against. 6-5 here. Draws that demanding post. Gets a double class drop, though, after several no-chance trips recently. Appears to be the best here for Barrio if she can avoid traffic.
And there's a look at that tight win photo there in the last race with Zach the Man hanging on for that win. A winner by a nose over Evening Maelstrom down the inside. So Zach the Man and Campbell getting it done there narrowly in the 7th race. And the 7 Outrageous Style always has a little trouble with the turns. So like Ken says, you might want to shop elsewhere there with 6-5 the choice right now. On the 7, we're going to move to the inside here with the 1 Mock Book Pro. And Ken, Adam Murner, Melissa Rennie, the Rennie stable, as you say, was firing all night long, and they could be firing up for a big week.
Yeah, absolutely. Georgia Thompson at even money here. Mock Book Pro at 7-2. Pretty consistent mare. Parked out from post 8. Pace compromised last week. Moves inside. Goes back to Murner. Figures to be forwardly placed in here. 7-2 option, not bad.
Okay, now we're going to get a look at your second choice here. The 2 Catch a Few Rays, owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman. Kenny Wilkie, the trainer. Miles Heffernan in the seat tonight. You like this one for second?
Yeah, third time Lasix. You got to go way back there to June 29th for a rallying victory off a good trip in 59-2. Really had no chance last out. Draws better, and right now is 9-1.
Okay, Malice Intent leaves from post 5 here tonight. Mark Campbell is having a great night, already a couple winners. He gets the call here for Cole McLaren. Cole's the co-owner along with Evan Myers and Jacob McLaren. A nice third and 57-2 last time out for Campbell.
Yeah, last effort might have sparked something. Keeps Mark Campbell in the bike. Softer spot here. Winless on the season. Could get off the schneid. Right now 5 Malice Intent, 5-1.
Just got to look at the 4 there. Speaking of shadow with that additional line there, that was a qualifier in Truro. Free leg at time to 2-1 and change. Is he getting ready to go to gate? Happy birthday to Anna McLean, is celebrating a birthday. Happy birthday to you. Scott McLean's mom. Scott's Universal Media Tour. I think he might be on the road tonight. He's got Matt calling the shots in the control room tonight. Now, don't forget, we have racing tomorrow night. Post time is at 7 o'clock on that card. That's a 9-dash program, so the on-track pick 5 will not be available tomorrow night. But we'll kick it off with the I'll pick 5 for 1,500 guarantee pool. Saturday is the Supercard. Starts at 4 o'clock. Trial 1 and Trial 2. And then back on it Monday at 7 with Trial number 3. The draw is Tuesday with the Gold Cup Ambassadors. So it is post time. Countdown clock is in. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And we'll send it back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Markbook Pro, Catch a Few Rays, Elm Grove Penny. Speaking of shadow, Malice Intent, Salisbrook Flicker, Outrageous Style on the gate. Now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Mockbrook Pro along the rail leaving. Between horses, Catch a Few Rays. Elm Grove Penny joining them and away wide. Malice Intent to the turn 4th. On the cones and racing from 5th. Towards the inside is Salisbrook Flicker. Then away 6, Outrageous Style. In the backfield after the break, speaking of Chateau. On the backstretch, they go to the opening quarter. Elm Grove Penny takes over the lead. In line to Corey McPherson. Second is Mockbrook Pro, racing 3rd. That's Catch a Few Rays. On the cones, 4th is Malice Intent. Salisbrook Flicker has 5th. On the turn, it's Outrageous Style 6th. And the trailer, that is speaking of Shadow, 28 and 4 was the opening quarter. As they come off that upper turn, they straighten down the stretch with the half mile in their sights. Elm Grove Penny is the leader. Mockbrook Pro in the 2-hole. 3rd is Catch a Few Rays. Here comes Outrageous Style, rushing on the outside 4th. 5th up the rail. That's Malice Intent. On the outside 6 is Salisbrook Flicker. And speaking of Shadow, the trailer, 58 and 3 was the half mile. Moving around the turn and on the point, it's Elm Grove Penny. From the outside, Outrageous Style is now second. 3rd up the rail is Mockbrook Pro. Moving up 4th, Salisbrook Flicker. On the cones is Catch a Few Rays 5th. To the outside, Malice Intent 6th. And speaking of Shadow, the trailer, on by the 3/4, we got a new leader. Outrageous Style takes over late. 3/4 in 1. 28 and 4. Just an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Outrageous Style now by 2. Second is Elm Grove Penny. In 3rd, Mockbrook Pro. Salisbrook Flicker on the outside 4th. To the wire next. Outrageous Style for Gilberto. Second, that is Elm Grove Penny. Salisbrook Flicker rallies up 3rd. Time for the mile in 1:57.2.
Okay, we're going to go look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 8, Ken, and the 7 Outrageous Style lives up to the chalk choice here.
Absolutely. The double class dropper has to work a long way to get the lead from post 7 here. Does finally clear past 3/4. 28-4, 58-3, 128-4. Some good rating by Corey McPherson and Elm Grove Penny, who saves the deuce here with the blind to blinkers tonight. But it's Outrageous Style, 3rd win on the season. Gilles Barrio, Ron Matheson, and Paul Holmes. There's a familiar name. Paul Holmes. Outrageous Style romps in the 8th, and that gives Barrio a double.
Here comes Outrageous Style to the 8th race winner's circle. Bay facing mare 4 by He's Watching off the Cami backstem. Outrageous Storm, a homebred of Paul Holmes of Warrengrove, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Barrio has his second winner tonight for the double. The mare scoring in 157 and 2. Outrageous Style in the 8th. Here's the official results from the 8th race. Mockbrook Pro 5th. Catch a Few Rays 4th. Elm Grove Penny was 2nd. Speaking of Shadow 7th. Malice Intent was 6th. Salisbrook Flicker finished 3rd. Outrageous Style was the race winner. Camco Willow was scratched. Fractions of 28 and 4. 58 and 3. 128 and 4. And the mile 157 and 2. In review, it's 5-4-2, 7-6-3, 1 scratch. Outrageous Style returning 320 to win. The Exactor 1210, Triactor 119.40, and the Super Factor was 172.48.
HBI customers in Canada can earn 3% cash back if you bet a minimum of $25 on each day during Old Home Week. And HBI PEI customers can wagering a minimum of $50 on Charlottetown during Old Home Week will be entered into a draw for a $500 deposit into your account. And you must opt in to play at HBIBet.com. And there's a look at selections for the upcoming 9th race. Ken, you're going towards the 4, as is the rest of the field here.
Yeah, Philly 47. The 4 right now is sitting up there at 3-5. 3 Skip Across 2nd, and 2 Sports Icon 3rd. You and I are on the same page. Post time picks 4-1-2, and along with the classifier's choice, the same.
The 9th race has an added 20-cent pick for. They're on parade. Two-Tone Terror #1, Oma Dandeghetto of New Waterford, and Susan McSween from River Ryan, Nova Scotia. Paul Angel, training and driving. Number 2, Sports Icon, owned by Martin Keffner from Elmwood, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams, Patrick Shepard. Number 3, Skip Across, owned by Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr. of Nova Scotia. Stanley does the training. Tonight, Jason Hughes. Number 4, Philly 47, owned by Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. 5, Top of Her Trade, owned by Andrea Renison of Truro, Corey Pickram from Eastern Passage, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison. Corey McPherson drives. Number 6 is Topville Angelina, owned by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Gene Smallman, trained by Ron Matheson. Jill's Burial above the wheels. You have 5 minutes wagering time on race number 9. Don't miss our next live program tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. The Supercard is Saturday afternoon with a 4 o'clock post time, featuring trials 1 and 2 of the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery, followed by the Love Junkies on the tarmac.
Okay, 4 away here from race number 9, and we are in agreement here, Ken. We're both with a 4-3-2 in here. Philly 47 out of the powerful Mark Campbell stable, owned by Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood. And she was a winner there, a really nice mile, 4 back.
Yeah, Mark Campbell looking for his 3rd tonight, and another Gold Cup as well. We'll find out how he does in the trials, but Philly 47's a classy mare. 50-time winner, had no shot when they crawled to the half, and just 59 and 1 last week. She trounced them back on July 9th, gets another shot at this reduced level tonight, and is odds on 1-2.
Yeah, and she had some 3 outside posts there, and like you say, the last 2 starts actually 59 and 1, like you say, last time out, no shot, and 58 and 4 prior to that. But last time she was at this level in Summerside, she went down the highway and got it done. Currently 1-2 on the board. And now we're going to move over 1 spot to the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Skip Across, leaves from post 3, owned by Tara Harper, Ryan Welke, and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley is the trainer, and as I mentioned, Jason gets the call. He was in the seat last time out at the optional 8,000 claiming tag, and a really nice 4th 57. How about that last quarter?
Yeah, and 2 back, I think that's where she regained her confidence, going wire to wire as the even money favorite. She did better than Philly 47 when she closed with, as you point out, 27-4. Draws well here, retains the Blue Knight, and we get 6-1. That's fair.
All right, now just 2 to go here from race 9. I think this mare is going to be a lot better this week. Patrick Shepard in the seat. That's the 2 Sports Icon, owned by Martin Cooper of Elmwood, Ontario. First over bid last time out. I had this mare as part of my Super High 5. I had her in the Super High 5. I think I had her for 4th on the ticket, but she really just tailed off. She didn't close strong at all. It was a pretty nice effort first up by Patrick Shepard in the driver's seat, but she did not fire last week, so hopefully she bounces back this week. We like her for 3rd.
Yeah, claimed by the a high percentage barn here back on June 29th, and did flash some speed. 2 starts back, draws better here as a chance to dictate her own terms for Patrick Shepard, and adds some spice here to the exotics at 21-1. 4-3-2 is our call.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight it's valued at $1,048. And the winning number will be L1824966. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $1,048. L1824966. Good luck.
Race 9 starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Two-Tone Terror, sports icon, skip across, Philly 47. Top of her trade, and Top Bill Angelina. There's a half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate in the ninth. Top of the stretch. Ninth race all lined up and approaching a start. Rough and pacing, Philly 47 sports icon, and at the rail, Two-Tone Terror leaving. Coming from the outside fourth is Top of her trade. Away fifth along the rail, skip across. And the trailer, Topville Angelina. Showtime! 3 high all around the turn, and the 3 high in the backstretch. Two-Tone Terror for Paul Angel, the leader. Philly 47, the challenger, and she's moving on to the lead. Racing from third is Sports Icon. Skip across on the cones fourth. That's Top of her trade fifth. And the trailer, Topville Angelina, 28. And 1 was the quarter. Philly 47 has cleared the lead for Mark Campbell. Racing second is Two-Tone Terror, then third, Sports Icon. Racing from fourth, that is Skip Across. Top of her trade has fifth, and trailing the field, Topville Angelina. They arrive at the opening half mile led by Philly 47, 56 and 2. That's consecutive 28 and 1 quarters here by the 5H led by Philly 47. Two-Tone Terror second. Here comes Skip Across now. Getting into it on the outside third. Racing from fourth. Top of her trade into fifth. Topville Angelina. Sports Icon has dropped out of the race. They go by 3 quarters on the lead. Philly 47 in 1. 26 and 3. Approaching the 7-8. Philly 47. Skip Across right alongside. Two-Tone Terror will come up the inside third. Down the stretch they come. Two-Tone Terror is the leader late in the passing lane for Paul Angel. Tight for second, Philly 47 up against Skip Across, but it's Two-Tone Terror in 1, 56 and 1.
Well, we're going to get a look at the Universum slow-mo here for race 9. The opportunistic Two-Tone Terror draws 3 rails in a row. Ken, reels off 3 in a row.
Yeah, takes full advantage, does Paul Angel here for Dana Ghetto and Susan McSween. Two-Tone Terror up the inside here. Right past Philly 47, who used pretty hard, 3 wide around that first turn, 28-1, 56-2, 126 and 3, and is under urging, does hold on to second, and holds off Yes, does hold on to second and holds off Skip Across for that deuce. So it's 1-4-3 in race 9.
One of the largest blazes you're ever going to see in a horse belongs to Two-Tone Terror, and he's arriving up the 9th race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare 6 by Mystician off the American Ideal Dam 2 Ideal. Owned by Dana Ghetto of New Waterford and Susan McSween of River Ryan, Nova Scotia. Bred by William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta. Trained and driven to victory by Paul Angel, the mile 156-1. Two-Tone Terror, give her 3 in a row. Here's the official results from the 9th race. Two-Tone Terror, the winner. Sports Icon, 6th. Skip Across, 3rd. Philly 47 was 2nd. Top of Her Trade finished 5th. Top Bill Angelino was 4th. Fractions of 28-1. 56-2. 126-3. And the mile, 156-1. In review, 163. 254. Two-Tone Terror returning $7. Exactor 1620, Triactor 3470, and the Superfactor was 1418.
The Atlantic Standardbred Breeders Association is pleased to announce McRae's Backhoe and Trucking as the 2023 title sponsor for the Atlantic Sire Stakes. And the Atlantic Sire Stakes season concludes with the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, which will take place on October 7th and 8th at Redshores, Charlottetown Driving Park. McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, the 2023 title sponsor of the 2023 Atlantic Sire Stakes. And we're going to slide in the selections for the 10th, and you're going to the 3.
Yeah, the 3 Whole Nother. I've got a 3, 4, 6. Kurt Hughes, same for post-time picks, 3, 4, 6. Kurt Hughes, 4, 3, 6, same as the classifier's choice here. And I hope to be here, or at least be with the Red Shores team remotely for those Atlantic Breeders' Crown races, because we're not racing that weekend.
Yeah, that's right. And you've been with us in the past on that big weekend as well.
Doing it remotely.
Yeah. And I can't wait for that. That comes up in October.
The 10th race on the track for the parade does not feature the daily double. Suicide Shift number 1 is owned by Margot Fisher of Fredericton, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Harold Shepard. 2 Tequila Tuesday, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Miles Sr. drives. Number 3 is Whole Nother, owned by Teddy Smallwood of Charlottetown and Ronald Peters of Stratford, trained by Teddy Smallwood, Brody McPhee driving. Number 4, Libero, is owned by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert, trained by Randy Van Meer and driven by Gilles Barrio. 5, Daisy River, Jason Hughes in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Bill Lanigan Montague. Number 6 is Along for the Ride, owned by Ambrose Label of Morel, trained by Brian McPhee and driven by Amber Campbell. Number 7 is Hall of a Ride. Kenny Murphy drives for owner-trainer Janice Hubbard of St. John, New Brunswick. 8 is Striking Pride, owned by John Bro, Gillian Furness, and Paul Morrison. Paul is the trainer, and she's driven by Corey McPherson. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 10. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. Race Day Live continues next.
There's a look at the Atlantic Invitational Series point standings. Roll'em leading the way there with 28 points. No Plan Intended with 19. Tied for third is Roll with Huddy Tuddy and Twin B Tough Enough, who's been racing great lately, 15 points. YS Mathis also out of the Campbell stable, 14 points. Stash It Away, 12 points. Tied with Manterio, and American Risk rounds out the top 8 with 10 points. Good eye on you there, Mr. Warkington, with the place photo there in the latest, in that last race, race 9, with Philly 47 sticking the nose in front over Skip Across there in that place photo in race 9. Whole Nother leaving from post 3 in race 10. We're about 2 minutes away from post time. Ken likes Whole Nother to get it done here. A 3-year-old gelding by Nuncio, owned by Ed Smallwood and Ronnie Peters of Stratford. Teddy is the trainer, and Brody McPhee getting the call. A nice win, 2 back.
Yeah, that was a 14-length romp, and despite some sort of equipment issue, a broken equipment, tried it on the lead, faded late as the heavy favorite last week. Looms as a logical contender here with another inside post. Brody McPhee right now at 2-1. Whole Nother.
Okay, now down to a minute here, and just a reminder, no late daily double here in a race 10. That'll be starting in the next race here. So we got to look at the 4 Libero, owned by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert, Randy is the trainer, and Gilberto gets the call. A really nice effort in that latest closing quarter, 29 flat.
Yeah, he's sparked his form recently. He's tasted open company, so he's got some class. He rallied to finish second in a dead heat while closing off a rated half last week. So that was an extra add points to that one. He's been on a nice 3-race form spree. Draws well again. Gilles Barrio looking for the triple.
All right, running out of time to get a ticket here on race 10. Ken, you and I are flip-flopping in the exactor here, but we are matching strides for the show spot. We both like the 6 along for the ride, owned by Armbros Labelt of Morel. Brian McPhee, the trainer. Brian's daughter, Amber, will do the driving here. She's a regular pilot. A winner there, 4 back.
Yeah, picked up minor spoils in a very salty island ocean at Summerside. Chasing Jessica, and a horse we saw absolutely romp here tonight, Alcina. So they're not here in this one. A pretty steady mare looking for a lively flow, some speed to shoot at as well. So we'll see if the race sets up right for her. She is 5-2, taking some strong action there, Kurt.
Yeah, she is getting some action as she was a winner there at this level in that 4th start back, 951s in Summerside 59 and 2. She'll be a major threat in here. Good luck with your selections in the 10th. Okay, we are back on the trot here for race number 10 as they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Suicide Ship, Tequila Tuesday, Whole Nother, Libero, Daisy River. Along for the ride, Hall of a Ride, Striking Pride, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and trotting Daisy River and Libero leaving out on the rail. Suicide Shift is the 3rd one to the turn. Tequila Tuesday at the inside is 4th. Whole Nother goes 5th. Along for the ride 6th. Hall of a Ride 7th, followed by the trailer. Striking Pride. Up the backstretch they go, and Daisy River for the Blue Knight Use take over the lead and open by 2. Second is Libero. Racing 3rd, that is Suicide Ship. The gap to 4th. Tequila Tuesday in there. Whole Nother at the rail 5th. Along for the ride 6th. Hall of a Ride is 7th, and trailing the field, Striking Pride 28 and 2. A big-time opener, and that's Daisy River now, the fraction setter, en route to the opening half-mile. Libero races from second, third up the rail. That is Suicide Shift. Racing from fourth, Tequila Tuesday. There goes Whole Nother to the outside fifth. Oliver Ride is now on the move, 6th. 7th along for the ride, and on the outside 8th, Striking Pride, 59 and 1 was the half mile. Just 30 and 4 in the second quarter. Daisy River will take them up the backstretch. Going to 3/4 next. Whole Nother on the outside. Libero in at the rail. Suicide Shift 4th. 5th on the outside is Oliver Ride. Racing from 6th is Striking Pride. Tequila Tuesday is 7th. Trailing the field. Along for the ride. 3/4 up in 1:29 and 1 with a shade more than an 1/8 of a mile left to trot. Daisy River turning home. Libero coming to the outside for the stretch drive. Whole Nother goes up the inside third. They're in deep. Stretch now. Daisy River. Libero gets to her on the end of it to triple up Berrio. Daisy River was second. Whole Nother third in 1:59.2.
I like this guy to get it done here tonight. Libero gets it done here over Daisy River. Hughes jumps on Daisy River here tonight, Ken. He's going to cut it for a piece, but the Maritime Magic Man, he's having a night.
Yeah, freshened up Daisy River, just her second start of 2023. And Jason Hughes, the Blue Knight, puts the field to sleep here. 28 and 2, 59 and 1, 129 and 1, and almost steals it. But Libero's got just too much class, and the perfect trip paying off for Gilles Berrio. And that's win number 3 on the season, 19th career, 159 and 2. Libero, Gilles Berrio, Daisy River, Whole Nother, your top 3 in race 10.
Libero into the 10th race winner's circle, trotting big, gelding 9 by Cadabra off the Conway Hall Dam. Creamy Mimi, owned by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert, bred by Marvin Katz and Al Libfield. Trained by Randy Van Meer, Gilles Berrio with his 3rd winner on the night to triple up the Maritime Magic Man. The mile 159 and 2, Libero in the 10th. Now the official results from race number 10. Suicide Shift was 6th. Tequila Tuesday 5th. Whole Nother 3rd. Libero, the race winner. Daisy River was 2nd. Along for the Ride finished 8th. Hall of a Ride finished 4th. Striking Pride was 7th. Fractions of 28 and 2. 59 and 1. 129 and 1. And the mile 159 and 2. In review, 653, 128, 47. Libero returning 580. The exactor 33.10. The triactor 62.40. And the superfecta was $100, 27 cents.
Okay, we have two winners in our pick 5, our on-track pick 5, Everett Burt and David Robinson. Everett Burt and David Robinson, you are our winners in our on-track pick 5. Congratulations to you guys, and you can go downstairs, or if you're downstairs, you can go to the information booth there to pick up your prize. Okay, the horses are beginning to move there in the paddock as we get a look at the top selections here in race 11. Ken, we are going with the 4 here.
Yeah, Maggie's Delight. I've got a 4-7-5. We're all over the place here. You've got 4-2-1. Post time picks 5-3-4. Classifier's choice with a 7. Tobin's Brownie. The morning line choice here, 7-5-1. Handicapper selections for race 11.
Tonight's 11th race is the Alberta Standardbred Horse Association Pace. Number 1, Booyah Ya, is owned by Kurt Harper, Mark Harper, and Roger Harper of Nova Scotia. Trained by Kerry Saunders, driven by Mark Campbell. Woodmere Roll Lily, number 2, owned by Marcia Knox of Stanhope and Corey Livingston of Village Green. Trained by Melissa Rennie and driven by Adam Murner. Number 3, Vines to Heaven, owned by Aidan Farish, Ian McDonald, Clarissa Maher, and Andrea Renison. Trained by George Renison, driven by Paul Langell. For Maggie's Delight, Michelle Myers of Cardigan co-owns and trains. Co-owner is Roger McDonald of Cardigan, driven by Corey McPherson. 5 is Lady Like, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer is the trainer. Jason Hughes drives. 6 is Traces of Purple, owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Lewis Route 204. Kenny Murphy. 7 is Tobin's Brownie, owned by Brittany Dowling, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne of Springvale. The trainer-driver is David Dowling. Down to 4 minutes wagering time in race number 11. And Ken and Kurt, we're coming up with our selections here in tonight's 11th race, sponsored by the Alberta Standardbred Horse Association. And again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm landing on the rail with Booyah Ya and Mark Campbell. Looked down the line of a 2-hole ride, got to the winner's circle in 56-3 at Truro. The last time Mark Campbell was holding the lines behind this mare, so I'm going to use her with rail control. Right alongside with the 2 Woodmere Roll Lily for second. I like the 5 Ladylike for third, and if you're playing the super factor, I'm going to throw in the number 4 horse Maggie's Delight. From up here in the booth, guys, I like 1, 2, 5, 4. Down to you and your choices.
Well, I've got the 4 Maggie's Delight. She was a back-to-back winner in early July, 155-2, 155-1. Any semblance of those efforts is going to win here, fresh off a game-uncovered narrow loss despite having broken equipment last week. Tobin's Brownie, the 7 here, right now 9-1. Classy 5-year-old has sharpened her sword recently, and the 5 Ladylike did her best to steal away on the lead with a soft 58 1/2 and just missed as the beaten favorite last week, and will tack on the 1 Booyah as the current favorite, 4-7-5-1, Kurt.
I'm also on board with you here, Ken. I like the 4 Maggie's Delight, as you mentioned there. A winner there, 4 back, 55-1. She actually reeled off 2 in a row there from post 7 prior to that, 55-2 at the 17:01 level. So similar level here. Last week had to come first up. Got to the front there at the top of the stretch, reached up by a quarter length, but then gave it up late there with the broken equipment. Only missed 3/4 of a length, 56-4, 29-1 final panel. I think Maggie's Delight and Woodmere Roll Lily, I think they're going to bust off the wings, and I think Maggie's Delight is going to be released to the front, and I think she's going to control things and go right down the road. I do like Woodmere Roll Lily. I think she's going to get a great pocket ride here for Myrner, and I think she's going to finish second. And Booyah and Campbell, as Vance mentioned, last time he was in the seat, they were winners over in Truro at the 13:01 level. So up a couple classes here over here for Old Home Week. Booyah has a shot, but I like her for third on my ticket. I'm going to go 4-2-1, and if you're playing the super, I'm going to throw in the 5 Ladylike, coming off that second by a head last week, 56-3, gets the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes tonight, so I like 4-2-1-5 here in race 11.
We have the driving park security. We have something laying on the racetrack just in front of that old judge's stand, right in the center of the track. If we can have that object picked up off the track. Stars up close, another featured attraction for you fans on the tarmac. It's been a hit with the racing fans, and we do it on the final 2 races on the card for overnight horses.
Great to see the stars up close there. New feature here at Red Shores as the starting gate corrals the field there in the stretch. And the fans, that is for you, the fans on the tarmac, to get a good look at the field prior to post here. And now the field is on the backstretch, and the wings are going to begin to open on that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And now I'm going to send it upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Booyah! Woodmere Roll Lily. Vines to Heaven. Maggie's Delight, Ladylike. Traces of Purple. Tobin's Brownie is outside. It's the Alberta Standardbred Horse Association pace, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing Maggie's Delight, Booyah! In between them is Woodmere Roll Lily. Then the fourth one from the outside, that's Tobin's Brownie. Towards the rail in fifth is Vines to Heaven. Then Ladylike is sixth, and Traces of Purple trails. Up the backstretch they go. Maggie's Delight is headed to the lead. In line to Corey McPherson, and they'll clear. Second along the rail is Booyah! Woodmere Roll Lily now third. Up into fourth is Tobin's Brownie. On the cones fifth is Vines to Heaven. Ladylike goes sixth. And the trailer, that is Traces of Purple, 28. And one opened it up, and we had a leadership change. Booyah! Back on the lead for Campbell. Second up the rail, Maggie's Delight. Racing third is Woodmere Roll Lily. Then in fourth, that is Tobin's Brownie. There goes Ladylike to pick up fifth on the outside. Vines to Heaven races sixth. Trailing the field, that is Traces of Purple, 56. And 4, opening half mile. They're rounding the paddock turn for the second time. Arriving at 5-8. Booyah! The leader on Maggie's Delight. Third up the rail is Woodmere Roll Lily. Ladylike is taken over fourth on the outside. On the cones fifth, that is Tobin's Brownie. On the outside sixth, Vines to Heaven. And up the rail seventh, that is Traces of Purple. 3/4 in the books in a 1. 26 and 2 on the turn for the final time now. Down to an eighth of a mile to go. Booyah! Turning home. Maggie's Delight second. Woodmere Roll Lily third. Traces of Purple. Deep stretch now. And that's Booyah! All the way to win it here from Mark Campbell. Holding on second, Maggie's Delight. Woodmere Roll Lily third. Time for the mile in 1:55 flat.
Well, the tote board and our track announcer Vance Cameron, they nail it here with Booyah! I like the 4 Maggie's Delight, as did you, Ken, here in this one. But Booyah! And Campbell, he drove this mare very aggressive here.
Yeah, Maggie's Delight, as you expect, took the lead and settled quickly for a 2-hole as Booyah! Also fired out and retook command. 28 and 1, 56 and 4, 126 and 2, and it's wave bye-bye with Mark Campbell for Kerry Saunders, Kurt Harper, Mark Harper, and Roger Harper. Booyah! Ships in from Truro, and the tote board told the story. 4-5 here over Maggie's Delight, who holds off Woodmere Roll Lily for the deuce.
Boo-yah-yah, he's going to the 11th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Stonebridge Terror off the Jeremy's Jet Dam Village Bound, owned by Kurt Mark and Roger Harper of Nova Scotia, bred by Wade Piccone of Stanchel, trained by Kerry Saunders. Mark Campbell picks up his third winner tonight for the Triple, and the mare's never been better than she just was tonight here in Charlottetown, pacing to a new race win record of 155. Boo-yah-yah, and the Mark Campbell hat trick in the 11th. The Alberta Standardbred Horse Association joining us for the cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results now from race 11. Boo-yah-yah, the winner. Woodmere Roll Lily, third. Vines to Heaven, seventh. Maggie's Delight was second. Ladylike finished sixth. Traces of Purple, fifth. Tobin's Brownie, fourth. Fractions of 28 and 1. 56 and 4. 126 and 2. And the mile 155. In review, it's 137. 26. 5-4. Boo-yah-yah, 360 to win. Exactor 1280. Triactor 4250. Superfecta 1748. 12th race finale. It's up next. In race number 12, there's Super High Five wagering available. There's no Superfecta. It's the 20-cent Super High Five in the 12.
Watch and follow Red Shores All-Stars Rob Reed Jr., Garnet Barnsdale, and Don Lupel during Old Home Week 2023 on X, formerly known as Twitter. A special My Gold Cup ticket campaign will also be featured after the official post position draw Tuesday night of Gold Cup and Saucer. And you can watch for the Gold Cup tickets from Ken Workington, Sugar Doyle, Jessica Otten, and other guests, including the race day broadcast team. And now we're going to slide in the selections here for the finale. It's Super High Five time here in Charlottetown, but there's a look at our triactor plays, Ken.
Yeah, it could be a grand slam time for Jill's Burial or Mark Campbell. We've got the 8. You bet him a good one. 8-7-1. You've got 8-1-5. Post time picks 1-8-3. Classifier's choice 1-7-8.
It's the 12th race on Post Parade featuring that 20-cent Super High 5. Sigali 1, owned by the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown. Trained by Philip Kelly, Jason Hughes drives. Number 2, Silly Amos, owned by David Ken of North Rustico, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 3 is Lorne Valley Barb, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Travis Wilkie, Adam Murner. 4 is Better Than Glamour, owned by Joanne and Marion Stewart of Albany, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy drives. 5, Bump in the Road, owned by Brett, Joel, and Lisa Marie LeBlanc, trained and driven by Brett LeBlanc. Number 6, Lions Jenny Lee, owned by Chris and Suzanne Davies and Carol Wright, trained by Chris Davies, Mark Campbell. 7, Rock the Baby, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, driven by Patrick Shepard. Number 8, You Bet I'm a Good One, is owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, Mark Galland, and Knox Pavlatos, trained by Jeff Lilly, Gilles Barrio in the sulky. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 12. Back to Kurt and Ken with their Super High 5 tickets, and the Stars Up Close returns.
Okay, race 12, 3 minutes away from post time, and there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets. Ken, we both like the 8 on top.
Yeah, You Bet I'm a Good One. Gilles Barrio, Jeff Lilly, Mr. Social Media. She just missed against better mares from the rail 2 starts back. Stuck outside, but she gets some class relief for her 4th start off a 6 scratch. The 7, Rock the Baby, 5-2, drops out of the preferred 3. Severely paced compromise, paced home in 27-3 last week. The 1, Sigali, the 9-5 favorite, well, finished an even 4th from the rail last week, drops a notch here. We'll tack on the 2, Facili Amos, and the 4, Better Than Glamour, 8-7-1-2-4.
Yeah, I like the 8 as well. You bet I'm a good one, as you said, Jeff Lilly. I admire this guy as a breeder. He does a great job on the breeding side as well. He's got a nice dam there, Bedham Laura. And he's got a starter in the Gold Cup trial out of Bedham Laura, Bedham again. He just does a great job. I'm starting to dabble into the breeding business there with a brood mare, and I couldn't imagine having one of my own potentially racing in the Gold Cup and Saucer. So kudos to Jeff Lilly. He runs a really nice stable there, and he's got a really good shot here with You Bet I'm a Good One. This has been a really nice broodmare, Bedham Laura, the Largo Dam of this one. I liked her to win 2 back from the rail. She just missed second by a neck at 6-1. So I like her on top. Then I'm going to go right to the inside. My brother, Jason Hughes, he's got a live mount here with the 1, Sigali, out of the Philip Kelly stable, 4th by a length last time out, 56-4 from the rail. Similar level, dropping down 1 class this week. And so I like Sigali for 2nd. I'm going to go to the 5, Bump in the Road, a winner 4 back, 56-2 at the 1201 level. So this is similar level. Last week finished 5th at this level. So I like her for 3rd tonight. And race for 4th, I'm going to go with Lorne Valley Barb. Nice effort last time out for Murner. 4th and 56-3. Closing quarter, 28-1. So I like Lorne Valley Barb for 4th. And then for 5th, I'm going to go with Silly Amos. Continues to move up the class ladder. Really good in the last 3. A winner last time out, jumping up in class. And the non-winners, 1,001. Last 5, 56-3, 29 flat final panel. So I like Silly Amos and Arsenault to round out my Super High 5 ticket. 81532 for me. Okay, we're getting a look at the stars up close here. This is for you, the fans from Red Shores here. There's a new idea to put the stars up front prior to post time. I think it's a great idea. It lets everyone see the field here prior to going up behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's been a nice night of racing. Great working with the Hall of Famer Ken Workington tonight, following along with his selections as we get ready to go here in race number 12. Getting close to post time. Okay, the field for race 12 is lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back upstairs one more time to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Sigali, Silly Amos, Lorne Valley Barb, Better Than Glamour, Bump in the Road, Lions Jenny Lee, Rock the Baby on the grandstand side. That's You Bet I'm a Good One. Top of the stretch. It's the Super High Five and finale time. The rough and pacing on the rail, Sigali leaving out. Whether on the outside, that Silly Amos coming farther out, bumping the road and way wide. You Bet I'm a Good One. Towards the inside is Lorne Valley Barb. Then to get away in 6 is Better Than Glamour. 7th, that is Rock the Baby. In the early trailer, Lions Jenny Lee, their quarter pole bound, led by Sigali, and the Blue Knight used to their outside. That is Bump in the Road, now driving on to take over the lead. Well on by the quarter. Bump in the Road cleared 28, and 1 was the opening station. Racing second, that's Sigali. Third up the rail, Silly Amos. Lorne Valley Barb in 4th. You Bet I'm a Good One has 5th, and she's edging out. There goes Better Than Glamour on the outside, 6th. Racing 7th is Rock the Baby, and the trailer to the outside. Lions Jenny Lee, they're halfway home in the nightcap. And Bump in the Road cleared the lead for Brett LeBlanc. Sigali is second. First up on the outside, 3rd. You Bet I'm a Good One, 57, and 1 was the half mile, down to 3/8 to go. Bump in the Road, the leader. At her wheel, You Bet I'm a Good One. Third up the rail, Sigali. Second over the outside, 4th. Better Than Glamour is there. Silly Amos continues 5th. Lions Jenny Lee 6th. 7th is Lorne Valley Barb. Now the trailer, Rock the Baby. 3/4 completed in 1. 27 and 2. You Bet I'm a Good One made the lead. Better Than Glamour is right alongside her now. Coming up third on the outside, Silly Amos bumping the road 4th. Homeward bound. Better Than Glamour is taken over late. You Bet I'm a Good One. Closing up, Lorne Valley Barb from end of the cloud. Wow, what a finish to close it out. We're going to need a win photo. Time for the mile in 1:57.2.
Wow, that's a tight finish on the line here in race 12. Bombs away in the finale here as the 8, You Bet I'm a Good One. They had to get away mid-pack for Barrio here tonight. And first overbid, Ken, but a little tired late in the mile.
Sigali 4-5 fires out, bumping the road, clears past the quarter. You bet him a good one. Has to really grind it out and work hard, and finally does clear the lead past 3/4, but immediately is attacked on the outside by better than Glamour. Rolls off that cover. Here comes Lorne Valley Barb. Adam Murner looking to double up tonight. Out of the clouds at $32.70. On the line, Better Than Glamour right there in 157 2/5. Lorne Valley Barb and Better Than Glamour right there with the 1 Sigali third. 8, You Bet 'Em a Good One, settles for 4th. 7, Rock the Baby was 5th. Lorne Valley Barb upsets in the finale.
Lorne Valley Barb in the 12th race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare, the 6-year-old daughter of Articulator, is off the pro bono best dam, J.J. Tacour. Owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan. Bred by Jerry McDougall and Kevin McLeod. Trained by Travis Wilkie. Adam Murner's second winner for the double. And the mile 157 2. Lorne Valley Barb in the nightcap. Now the official results in the 12th, Sigali was 3rd. Silly Amos finished 6th. Lorne Valley Barb, the race winner. Better Than Glamour was 2nd. Bump in the Road finished 8th. Lions Jenny Lee 7th. Rock the Baby was 5th. You Bet I'm a Good One finished 4th. Fractions of 28 and 1, 57 and 1, 127 and 2, and the mile 157 and 2. In review, 361, 287, 54. Lorne Valley Barb paid $32.70 to win. The exactor $156. Triactor $260.40. The late daily double paid $43. and there'll be a super high five carryover. And that completes our live presentation on this night here at the driving park. We're right back at it tomorrow night, opening post time at 7 o'clock. Tonight's par mutual handle went $94,120. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.